The dream of sending humans beyond the cradle of Earth, to walk on other worlds and live among the stars, is a vision as old as civilization itself. Yet the reality of long-duration human spaceflight is a formidable challenge, a complex tapestry of interwoven difficulties that push the boundaries of our technology, our biology, and our very psychology. One of the most fundamental and pervasive of these challenges is the relentless and insidious effect of microgravity on the human body. Our bodies are creatures of gravity, sculpted over millions of years of evolution to function under its constant, comforting pull. In the weightless environment of space, this fundamental force is removed, and the body begins a slow, silent, and often damaging process of adaptation. Muscles, particularly the large, weight-bearing muscles of the legs and back, no longer have to work to support our weight, and they begin to atrophy, to waste away. Bones, too, which are living, dynamic tissues that constantly remodel themselves in response to the stresses placed upon them, begin to lose their density. Without the daily impact of walking and standing, the body's bone-building cells, the osteoblasts, become less active, while the bone-resorbing cells, the osteoclasts, continue their work unabated. Studies have shown that astronauts on the International Space Station can lose up to 1% of their bone density per month in critical weight-bearing bones like the hip and spine. This is a rate of bone loss that is an order of magnitude faster than that experienced by an elderly person with osteoporosis on Earth. It is a profound and worrying change, one that not only increases the risk of fractures upon return to a gravity environment, but also poses a significant long-term health risk. To combat this, a rigorous and demanding regime of countermeasures is required. Astronauts must spend up to 2 hours a day exercising, using specialized equipment like the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, a complex system of vacuum cylinders and flywheels that can simulate the forces of weightlifting in a weightless environment. It is a constant uphill battle against the body's own natural response to its new, gravity-free home. Beyond the biological challenges of microgravity, there is the invisible and ever-present threat of radiation. Here on Earth, we are protected from the harsh radiation of space by a double shield, our planet's magnetic field, which deflects the charged particles of the solar wind, and our thick atmosphere, which absorbs the high-energy cosmic rays that bombard us from the distant universe. But once an astronaut ventures beyond the relative safety of low Earth orbit, beyond this protective magnetic and atmospheric bubble, they are exposed to a much harsher and more dangerous radiation environment. There are two primary sources of this radiation. The first is the galactic cosmic rays, high-energy particles, mostly protons and heavy atomic nuclei, that have been accelerated to nearly the speed of light by distant cataclysmic events like supernova explosions. These particles are like tiny, subatomic bullets, capable of tearing through the skin of a spacecraft and the cells of a human body, leaving a trail of ionization and damage in their wake. The second source is the Sun itself. During a solar particle event, often associated with a solar flare or a coronal mass ejection, the Sun can unleash a massive, unpredictable storm of high-energy protons. A large SPE can deliver a lethal dose of radiation to an unshielded astronaut in a matter of hours. The long-term health risks of this constant exposure to space radiation are significant. The primary concern is an increased risk of cancer, as the high-energy particles can damage the DNA in our cells, leading to mutations that can accumulate over time. But there are other, more subtle, and perhaps even more worrying risks. There is growing evidence that space radiation can damage the central nervous system, leading to cognitive impairment, memory loss, and an increased risk of neurodegenerative diseases. It can also damage the cardiovascular system, accelerating the onset of heart disease, and it can cause cataracts in the eyes. Protecting astronauts from this invisible threat is one of the greatest engineering challenges of deep space exploration. Spacecraft must be designed with robust shielding, but there is a trade-off. Thick, heavy shielding is effective, but it is also expensive to launch into space. This has led to innovative ideas, such as using the spacecraft's own resources, like its water supply or even its stored food and waste, as a form of multifunctional shielding. There is also ongoing research into the development of new, lightweight, hydrogen-rich materials that are particularly effective at stopping the heavy nuclei of galactic cosmic rays. And for missions to places like Mars, the best form of shielding may be the planet itself. The idea of building habitats underground, covered by several meters of Martian regolith, is a leading strategy for protecting future Mars colonists from the constant rain of cosmic radiation. The challenges of deep space are not just physical and radiological, they are also profoundly psychological. The human mind, like the human body, is a product of its terrestrial environment. We are social creatures, evolved to live in groups, to be connected to our families and our communities, to experience the natural rhythms of day and night, of the seasons, of a living, breathing planet. A long-duration mission to Mars, which could last for up to 3 years, would be an experience of unprecedented isolation and confinement. The crew, a small group of perhaps 4 to 6 individuals, would be trapped together in a small metal can, millions of miles from home. The Earth would shrink to a pale blue dot in the sky, a distant, unreachable memory. The communication delay, due to the finite speed of light, would grow to over 20 minutes each way, making real-time conversation with loved ones or with mission control impossible. This is a recipe for immense psychological stress. The risks of anxiety, of depression, of interpersonal conflict are very real. Studies conducted in analog environments on Earth, such as Antarctic research stations and underwater habitats, have shown that even the most well-trained and psychologically resilient individuals can struggle under these conditions. There can be a decline in morale, a loss of motivation, a breakdown in team cohesion. To mitigate these risks, a multi-layered approach to psychological support is essential. The selection of astronauts for long-duration missions is an incredibly rigorous process, with a strong emphasis on psychological stability, emotional intelligence, and the ability to work effectively as part of a team. The training for these missions is equally intense, including team-building exercises, conflict resolution training, and simulations in isolated and confined environments. During the mission itself, the crew's mental health is closely monitored. They have regular private video conferences with psychologists on the ground. The habitat itself is designed to be as comfortable and stimulating as possible, with private quarters for each crew member, common areas for social interaction, and access to entertainment and hobbies. The use of artificial lighting systems that can simulate the natural 24-hour cycle of day and night is crucial for maintaining the crew's circadian rhythms and their sleep patterns, which are intimately linked to mental health. And the ability to grow their own fresh food, even on a small scale, can provide a powerful psychological boost, a connection to the living, growing processes of Earth in an otherwise sterile, mechanical environment. The psychological challenges of deep space are, in many ways, the final frontier of human exploration. We have the technology, or at least a clear path to developing the technology, to send humans to Mars. The greater question is whether we have the psychological wisdom and resilience to survive the journey, not just as individuals, but as a small, fragile, and deeply human community, adrift in the vast and silent ocean of space. The intricate and often overlooked logistics of keeping a human crew alive and healthy for years on a deep space mission are a formidable challenge in their own right. The sheer amount of supplies required, food, water, oxygen, spare parts, is staggering. A mission to Mars cannot rely on the kind of regular resupply missions that the International Space Station enjoys. For the most part, the crew will have to be self-sufficient. This has led to a major focus on the development of closed-loop or regenerative life support systems, technologies that can recycle air and water and even produce food with a high degree of efficiency, mimicking the self-sustaining cycles of Earth's own biosphere. The life support system on the International Space Station is a marvel of engineering. It reclaims about 93% of the water used by the crew, recycling it from their breath, their sweat, and even their urine, through a complex process of filtration, distillation, and chemical treatment. The oxygen is generated by splitting water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen through electrolysis, a process powered by the station's vast solar arrays. But for a Mars mission, we will need to do even better. The goal is to create a life support system that is almost completely closed, minimizing the need for stored consumables and reducing the mass that needs to be launched from Earth. This is where bioregenerative life support systems, which incorporate living organisms like plants and algae, become crucial. Plants. Through the process of photosynthesis, are natural air revitalizers. They absorb the carbon dioxide that the crew exhales and produce the oxygen they need to breathe. They can also purify water through the process of transpiration. And, of course, they can provide a source of fresh, nutritious, and psychologically comforting food. Experiments on the ISS, like the veggie plant growth system, have already successfully grown a variety of crops, from lettuce and radishes to chili peppers. But scaling these systems up to provide a significant portion of a crew's diet for a 3-year mission is a major challenge. It will require the development of highly efficient, automated, and robust space greenhouses, using techniques like hydroponics or aeroponics to grow plants without soil in a tightly controlled environment. The logistical challenge extends to every aspect of the mission. The spacecraft itself must be designed for reliability and maintainability. On a mission to Mars, there is no AAA to call if a critical component breaks down. The crew must be trained to be their own mechanics, electricians, and computer technicians, capable of diagnosing and repairing a wide range of potential failures. The use of advanced technologies like 3D printing could be a game changer in this regard, allowing the crew to manufacture their own spare parts and tools on demand, using a stored supply of raw materials. And then there is the problem of medical care. A Mars mission will be the most remote expedition in human history. A medical emergency that would be treatable on Earth could be a death sentence on the way to Mars. The crew will need to include at least one member with advanced medical training, perhaps even a physician. The spacecraft will need to be equipped with a sophisticated medical bay, including diagnostic tools like ultrasound and X-ray machines, and the ability to perform minor surgical procedures. Telemedicine. The ability to consult with medical specialists on Earth will be a vital resource, but it will be hampered by the significant communication delays. The crew will have to be trained to be medically autonomous, to be able to handle a wide range of potential health crises on their own, using a combination of their own skills, onboard medical resources, and the delayed guidance of their colleagues on Earth. The challenges of long-duration human spaceflight are a powerful driver of technological innovation. The solutions we develop for keeping humans alive on Mars, the closed-loop life support systems, the advanced recycling technologies, the autonomous robotic systems are also technologies that can help us to live more sustainably here on Earth. In our quest to build a self-sufficient outpost on another world, we may, in the process, learn how to be better stewards of our own. The journey to another world begins long before the rocket ever leaves the launch pad. The pre-flight preparation for a human space mission is a meticulous, multi-year process of planning, training, and testing, a carefully choreographed dance of science, engineering, and human factors, all designed to maximize the chances of success and to minimize the immense risks involved. The process begins with the selection of the crew, a grueling and highly competitive affair. Aspiring astronauts must not only possess exceptional academic and professional qualifications, typically in a STEM field, but they must also be in peak physical condition and possess a rare and specific set of psychological attributes. They are subjected to a barrage of physical fitness tests, medical examinations, and psychological evaluations, designed to assess their resilience, their adaptability, their ability to work under extreme pressure, and their capacity to function as part of a small, isolated team. The training that follows is equally intense. Astronaut candidates spend years learning the intricate details of their spacecraft systems, from the life support and navigation systems to the scientific instruments they will operate. They spend countless hours in high-fidelity simulators, practicing every phase of the mission, from launch and docking to re-entry and landing. They are trained in a wide range of emergency procedures, learning how to respond to fires, to depressurization events, to medical crises. They also undergo rigorous survival training, learning how to survive in a hostile environment, whether it be the open ocean or a remote wilderness. In the event of an off-nominal landing, a key part of the training is preparation for the microgravity environment. Astronauts spend time on parabolic flights, the Vomit Comet, which creates short periods of weightlessness, allowing them to practice moving and working in a zero-G environment. They also spend many hours training in large, underwater neutral buoyancy laboratories, where the buoyancy of the water is used to simulate the feeling of weightlessness, allowing them to practice the complex and physically demanding tasks of a spacewalk or extravehicular activity. But the training is not just technical and physical, it is also profoundly psychological and interpersonal. The crew for a long-duration mission is carefully selected not just for their individual skills, but for their compatibility as a team. They spend a great deal of time training together, learning each other's strengths and weaknesses, their communication styles, their coping mechanisms. They participate in team-building exercises and are often placed in isolated, analog environments for extended periods to simulate the psychological stresses of a long-duration mission. This is where the human factor becomes paramount. The ability to resolve conflicts, to provide mutual support, to maintain a positive and professional atmosphere in a small, confined space for months or even years is just as critical to mission success as the ability to fly the spacecraft or to conduct the scientific experiments. While the human crew is undergoing their intensive training, the spacecraft itself is being subjected to an equally rigorous process of preparation. A modern spacecraft is one of the most complex machines ever built, a delicate and intricate system of systems where every component must function perfectly in the unforgiving environment of space. Before a mission, the spacecraft undergoes a comprehensive series of checks, tests, and modifications. Every system, from the life support and thermal control to the propulsion and communication, is tested and retested, both at the component level and as an integrated whole. Engineers and technicians perform fit checks, where they physically install and test the equipment in a mock-up of the spacecraft on the ground, ensuring that everything fits together as planned and that the astronauts can access and operate the equipment safely and effectively. The health and safety of the astronauts is a paramount concern in the final weeks and days leading up to a launch. The crew undergoes a final series of medical examinations to ensure they are in optimal health, and they are typically placed in a pre-flight quarantine for a period of time, usually about 2 weeks, to limit their exposure to any potential illnesses. In the closed, confined, and recycled environment of a spacecraft, a simple cold or flu could quickly spread and incapacitate the entire crew, jeopardizing the mission. This quarantine period is a time of intense focus, a final period of study, of rest, and of mental preparation for the immense journey that lies ahead. The countdown to launch is the final dramatic act of this long and complex preparatory phase. It is a highly choreographed and precisely timed sequence of events, where every second is accounted for. The massive rocket is fueled with hundreds of thousands of gallons of cryogenic propellants. The spacecraft systems are powered on and put through a final series of health checks, the weather conditions at the launch site, and at various emergency landing sites around the world are closely monitored. The mission control team, a small army of engineers and flight controllers, is on console, their eyes glued to their screens, monitoring thousands of channels of data from the vehicle. The final hours are a tense and focused period, a time when any small anomaly, any unexpected reading, can lead to a hold in the countdown, or even a scrub of the launch for the day. The successful launch of a human crew into space is not just a triumph of technology. It is a triumph of preparation, of teamwork, of a relentless and obsessive attention to detail. It is the culmination of years of dedicated work by thousands of individuals, all focused on a single goal: to safely and successfully send a small group of human beings on one of the greatest and most challenging adventures that our species has ever undertaken. The primary objectives of long-duration human spaceflight are as multifaceted and ambitious as the endeavor itself. They are a blend of scientific inquiry, technological development, international collaboration, and the timeless human drive for exploration and inspiration. At its core, spaceflight is a scientific enterprise. The International Space Station, which has been continuously inhabited by humans since November of 2000, is a unique, world-class laboratory, a place where scientists can conduct experiments that are impossible to perform on Earth. One of the primary areas of research is the study of the effects of microgravity on the human body. As we have seen, the absence of gravity has a profound and often detrimental effect on our physiology. The ISS is our primary platform for understanding these effects in detail and for developing and testing the countermeasures, like exercise and nutrition, that will be essential for keeping astronauts healthy on future longer missions to the Moon and Mars. But the science conducted on the ISS extends far beyond human physiology. It is a multidisciplinary research platform, with experiments in materials science, fluid physics, combustion, fundamental biology, and Earth observation. In the microgravity environment, scientists can grow purer protein crystals, which can help in the design of new drugs. They can study the behavior of flames without the confounding effects of buoyancy, which can lead to improvements in combustion efficiency and fire safety on Earth. They can study how plants grow and respond to a novel environment, which can provide insights into agricultural science. The ISS is a testament to the idea that the quest to explore space is also a quest to better understand and to better our lives here on our home planet. Another primary objective of long-duration spaceflight is the development and testing of the new technologies that will be required for future deep space exploration. The ISS serves as an invaluable engineering testbed for these technologies. The closed-loop life support systems, the advanced water recycling technologies, the next-generation solar arrays and power systems, the robotic arms and autonomous systems, all of these are tested, refined, and proven in the real operational environment of low Earth orbit before they are trusted for a mission to Mars, where there is no possibility of a quick return or an easy resupply. This includes the crucial area of human factors engineering, the science of designing systems and habitats that are optimized for human performance, safety, and well-being. The lessons learned from over 2 decades of living and working on the ISS about habitat design, about lighting, about noise levels, about the human-computer interface are all being fed into the design of the next generation of deep space vehicles and habitats, like the Orion spacecraft and the Lunar Gateway. Long-duration human spaceflight is also a powerful tool for international collaboration and diplomacy. The International Space Station is, in many ways, one of the greatest political and engineering achievements in human history. It is a project that was born from the ashes of the Cold War, a partnership between the United States, Russia, Europe, Japan, and Canada. It is a place where astronauts and cosmonauts from different nations, with different cultures and different political systems, live and work together peacefully and productively, all in the pursuit of a common scientific goal. In an often divided world, the ISS is a powerful orbiting symbol of what humanity can achieve when we choose to cooperate. This model of international partnership is seen as essential for the future of deep space exploration. The immense cost and complexity of a human mission to Mars is likely beyond the capabilities of any single nation. It will require a global effort, a pooling of resources, of technology, and of human talent. The legal and political frameworks that have been developed for the ISS provide a valuable precedent for the kind of international agreements that will be needed to govern these future, more ambitious missions. Space exploration, in this sense, is not just a scientific and technological endeavor. It is also a social and political one. A way of building bridges and fostering a sense of shared human identity. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, long-duration human spaceflight is about inspiration. There is something primal and powerful in the image of a human being floating in the weightlessness of space, looking down at the beautiful, fragile blue marble of our home planet. The missions of the Apollo program in the 1960s and 70s inspired a generation of young people to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The ongoing presence of humans on the International Space Station continues this legacy, providing a constant, visible reminder of humanity's reach and its aspirations. The astronauts on the ISS are not just scientists and engineers. They are also our ambassadors to the cosmos, our storytellers, our eyes and ears in a realm that most of us will never have the chance to visit. Through their photographs, their videos, their social media posts, they share the wonder and the beauty of their experience with the world, igniting the curiosity and the imagination of people of all ages. This inspirational aspect of human spaceflight is not just a nice-to-have byproduct. It is a crucial objective in its own right. The great challenges of the 21st century, from climate change to global health, will require a new generation of scientists, of engineers, of innovators, of problem solvers. The enduring, aspirational power of human space exploration is one of the most effective tools we have for inspiring that generation, for reminding us of the incredible power of human ingenuity, of our capacity for collaboration, and of the limitless potential that lies within our grasp when we dare to dream, to explore, and to reach for the stars. The process of selecting the individuals who will undertake these extraordinary journeys is a complex and multifaceted one, a process that is tailored to the specific demands of the mission. There is a significant difference between selecting an astronaut for a short 2-week shuttle mission and selecting a crew for a 3-year mission to Mars. For shorter missions, the primary focus is on technical skill, on physical fitness, and on the ability to perform a specific set of tasks in a high-pressure but time-limited environment. The psychological stresses of isolation and confinement, while present, are not as significant a factor, as the crew knows they will be returning to their families and their normal lives in a relatively short period of time. But for long-duration missions, the psychological and interpersonal factors become just as, if not more, important than the technical and physical ones. The selection process for these missions is a much more rigorous and in-depth affair, designed to identify individuals who possess not just the right stuff, but the right on for a long time stuff. Candidates for long-duration missions must demonstrate a high degree of psychological resilience, of emotional stability, of adaptability, of self-awareness. They undergo extensive psychological evaluations, including structured interviews with psychologists, standardized personality tests like the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and situational judgment tests. These tools are used to build a detailed psychological profile of each candidate, to identify their personality traits, their coping mechanisms, their potential vulnerabilities, and their ability to function as part of a highly interdependent team in a stressful, isolated environment. A key attribute that selectors look for is expeditionary behavior. This is a set of skills and attitudes that are crucial for success in any small, isolated, and high-stakes team environment, whether it be a mountaineering expedition, a submarine crew, or a space mission. It includes qualities like strong communication skills, the ability to give and receive feedback, effective conflict resolution, mutual respect, and a proactive approach to maintaining group morale and well-being. To assess these skills, candidates are often placed in simulated, analog mission environments for extended periods. These can be in isolated locations on Earth, like the Houghton Mars project on Devon Island in the high Canadian Arctic, or the high seas habitat on the slopes of a volcano in Hawaii. In these environments, the candidates must live and work together as a crew, performing scientific tasks, dealing with simulated emergencies, and coping with the stresses of isolation and confinement, all while being closely monitored by a team of psychologists and human factors experts. The training for long-duration missions is also much more extensive and in-depth. In addition to mastering the technical systems of their spacecraft, the crew must be cross-trained in a wide range of skills. They must be prepared to be their own doctors, their own mechanics, their own scientists. The medical training, in particular, is far more comprehensive than for a short mission. The crew must be able to handle a wide range of potential medical emergencies, from simple injuries to life-threatening illnesses, with only the delayed, remote guidance of physicians on Earth. And the scientific objectives of a long-duration mission are often more complex and open-ended. The crew is not just executing a pre-planned set of experiments. They are often expected to be active, on-site scientists, capable of making their own observations, of adapting their research plans, and of responding to unexpected discoveries. This often means that candidates with a strong scientific background, perhaps even a PhD, in a relevant field like geology or biology, are given a preference in the selection process. The health and medical screening for long-duration missions is also far more thorough. The long-term effects of space radiation and microgravity are a major concern, and candidates must be in pristine health, with no pre-existing conditions that could be exacerbated by the space environment. They are also monitored for years after their missions to track any potential long-term health consequences. In essence, the selection and training for a long-duration mission is a process of assembling not just a group of highly skilled individuals, but a small, self-sufficient, and highly functional human community. A community that can not only survive, but thrive in one of the most hostile and challenging environments that our species has ever dared to enter. At the heart of this rigorous selection and training process for long-duration astronauts lies a deep and sophisticated understanding of human psychology. The psychological evaluations that candidates undergo are designed to build a comprehensive picture of their inner world, to assess their resilience, and to predict how they will respond to the unique and unrelenting stresses of a multi-year mission in deep space. One of the primary tools in this process is the structured interview. These are not casual conversations. They are carefully designed, in-depth discussions with experienced psychologists, designed to probe a candidate's life history, their motivations, their relationships, their past experiences with stress and adversity, and their strategies for coping. The interviewers are looking for a history of resilience, of a proven ability to overcome challenges, to learn from failure, and to maintain a positive and proactive attitude in the face of difficulty. They are also assessing a candidate's interpersonal skills, their ability to listen, to empathize, to communicate clearly and respectfully, and to resolve conflicts in a constructive way. These interviews are often supplemented with a battery of standardized psychological tests. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, for example, is a widely used and well-validated test that can help to identify underlying personality traits and to screen for any potential psychopathology. Other tests are designed to measure specific cognitive abilities like attention, memory, and problem-solving skills, all of which can be degraded by the effects of stress and fatigue. Another crucial aspect of the evaluation is the assessment of a candidate's emotional intelligence, their ability to recognize, understand, and manage their own emotions, and to perceive and influence the emotions of others. In the close, confined, and high-stakes environment of a spacecraft, a single crew member with low emotional intelligence, someone who is unaware of their own emotional state or insensitive to the feelings of their crewmates, can be a toxic and disruptive force, capable of undermining the morale and the performance of the entire team. But the most powerful and revealing part of the psychological evaluation process is the use of high-fidelity simulations and analog missions. By placing a group of candidates in a realistic, simulated space habitat for an extended period, from a few weeks to a year or more, psychologists can observe their behavior directly. They can see how the crew organizes itself, how they communicate, how they solve problems, how they deal with stress, how they resolve conflicts, and how their individual and group performance evolves over time. These analog missions, which are often conducted in remote and isolated locations on Earth, are the closest we can get to simulating the psychological reality of a mission to Mars. They are a living laboratory for the study of human behavior in extreme environments. The data gathered from these simulations, from a combination of behavioral observation, self-report questionnaires, and physiological monitoring, is invaluable for refining our selection criteria, for developing our training programs, and for designing the psychological support systems that will be needed for future deep space missions. The evaluation process is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing dialogue. The candidates are given feedback on their performance. They are coached on their interpersonal skills. They are taught specific, evidence-based strategies for managing stress and maintaining their mental health, such as mindfulness, cognitive behavioral techniques, and positive psychology exercises. The goal is not just to select the right people, but to prepare them, to give them the psychological tools and the self-awareness they will need to not only survive, but to thrive on one of the most psychologically demanding journeys that any human being has ever undertaken. The training that astronauts undergo to prepare for the profound and unrelenting isolation of a long-duration space mission is a multifaceted and holistic process, one that addresses not just their technical skills, but their mental, emotional, and social well-being. It is a process that begins years before launch, and it is designed to build a deep and resilient foundation of psychological strength. A cornerstone of this training is the use of high-fidelity, long-duration simulations in isolated and confined analog environments on Earth. These missions, which can last from a few weeks to over a year, are the closest an astronaut can get to experiencing the psychological reality of a deep space mission without actually leaving the planet. In these habitats, the crew is cut off from the outside world. They must live and work together in a small enclosed space. They must manage their own resources, conduct scientific research, and deal with a variety of simulated and sometimes real emergencies. These simulations are a powerful tool for both selection and training. They allow psychologists to observe how individuals and teams perform under the real, grinding pressure of long-term isolation. But more importantly, they provide the crew with a chance to experience these stresses firsthand, to learn their own psychological breaking points, and to practice the coping strategies and teamwork skills they will need to survive a mission to Mars. A key focus of this training is on communication and conflict resolution. In the close, confined, and high-stakes environment of a spacecraft, small disagreements and misunderstandings can quickly escalate into major conflicts that can threaten the safety and success of the mission. The crew is trained in specific communication techniques like active listening and nonviolent communication that are designed to foster a culture of openness, of respect, and of constructive problem-solving. They participate in role-playing exercises where they must work through difficult interpersonal scenarios, and they are given regular feedback on their performance by a team of trained psychologists. The training also includes a strong emphasis on stress management and mental resilience. The astronauts are taught a variety of evidence-based techniques for managing the inevitable stress and anxiety of a long-duration mission. These can include mindfulness meditation, which has been shown to improve attention and emotional regulation, cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, which can help to identify and challenge negative thought patterns, and biofeedback, which can help an astronaut to gain a greater awareness and control over their own physiological stress response. They are also given access to a team of mental health professionals throughout their training and their mission, providing a confidential and supportive space for them to process their experiences and to work through any psychological challenges that may arise. Another crucial component of the training is the focus on maintaining a strong connection to Earth. The feeling of being so far from home, so disconnected from one's family and one's culture, can be one of the most powerful and debilitating stressors of a long-duration mission. The crew is trained to establish and maintain strong, regular communication routines with their loved ones. They are given access to private video conferencing, to email, to social media, and they are encouraged to bring personal items with them on their mission photographs. Music, books that can provide a sense of comfort and connection to their lives on Earth. The training is also holistic, recognizing the deep and intimate connection between physical and mental health. The rigorous physical fitness regimen that astronauts undergo is not just about maintaining their muscle mass and bone density. It is also a powerful tool for managing stress, for improving mood, and for maintaining a sense of discipline and routine. A healthy body is the foundation for a healthy mind. In essence, the psychological training for a long-duration mission is a process of building a small, self-aware, and highly functional human society. A society that is equipped with the tools, the skills, and the wisdom to navigate the immense psychological challenges of a journey to another world. It is a training that is as much about inner exploration as it is about outer exploration. A training that recognizes that the greatest frontier in space travel may not be the vast distances between the planets, but the deep, and often challenging, inner space of the human mind itself. The physical fitness requirements for astronauts on long-duration missions are as demanding and as specialized as any elite athletes. The space environment is a profoundly unnatural one, and it places a unique and relentless set of stresses on the human body. The primary goal of the astronaut fitness program is not to create bodybuilders or marathon runners, but to maintain the functional capacity of the human body in the face of the deconditioning effects of microgravity, and to ensure that the crew is physically prepared for the demanding tasks of their mission, including the high G-forces of launch and re-entry. The cornerstone of this program is the fight against muscle atrophy and bone density loss. To combat this, astronauts on the International Space Station engage in a rigorous daily exercise regimen that typically lasts for about 2.5 hours, including setup and cleanup time. This regimen is a carefully balanced combination of cardiovascular and resistive exercise. The resistive exercise is performed on the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, a sophisticated piece of equipment that uses a system of vacuum cylinders and flywheels to provide a load of up to 600 pounds, allowing astronauts to perform a wide range of weightlifting exercises like squats, deadlifts, and bench presses that target the large anti-gravity muscles of the legs, hips, and back. This is crucial for maintaining both muscle mass and bone density. The cardiovascular exercise is performed on a specially designed treadmill, the T2 or Colbert, which uses a system of harnesses and bungees to hold the astronaut onto the running surface, and a stationary cycle ergometer, These aerobic workouts are essential for maintaining the health of the heart and the circulatory system, which can also become deconditioned in the absence of gravity. Flexibility and balance are also important components of the fitness program. Astronauts perform regular stretching exercises to maintain their range of motion, which is important for working in the often cramped confines of a spacecraft. And they are also trained in specific exercises that can help to retrain their vestibular system, which can become disoriented in the absence of a clear up and down. But the fitness program is not just about the exercise itself, it is also about the careful monitoring of the astronaut's physiological response. The crew's physical condition is closely tracked throughout their mission. They perform regular fitness assessments, and their body composition, their bone density, and their cardiovascular health are measured before, during, and after their flight. This data is invaluable for assessing the effectiveness of the current exercise countermeasures and for developing new, more efficient, and more effective protocols for future, longer missions. The nutritional aspect is also a key part of the overall fitness strategy. The astronaut's diet is carefully planned to provide the right balance of calories, protein, vitamins, and minerals to support their intense exercise regimen and to help mitigate the effects of muscle and bone loss. And the entire fitness program is individualized. Each astronaut has a slightly different exercise and nutrition plan, tailored to their own specific physiological needs and fitness goals. The physical fitness of an astronaut is not a luxury. It is a critical component of their mission readiness, their performance, and their long-term health. It is a testament to the remarkable adaptability of the human body, and to the ingenuity of the scientists and engineers who have developed the tools and the protocols that allow us to live and to work, safely and productively, in the strange and challenging environment that lies beyond our home planet. The duration of a long-duration human space mission is not an arbitrary number. It is the result of a complex and careful calculation, a delicate balancing act between the mission's scientific objectives, the capabilities of the spacecraft, the logistics of orbital mechanics, and most importantly, the health and safety of the human crew. The process begins with the definition of the mission's goals. Is the primary objective to conduct a specific set of scientific experiments on the International Space Station? Is it to test a new piece of technology in the deep space environment, or is it to travel to another celestial body, like the Moon or Mars? Each of these objectives has its own inherent timescale. For a mission to the ISS, the duration is typically determined by the scientific research program. A standard expedition to the station lasts for about 6 months, a period that allows for the completion of a significant number of experiments and for the collection of valuable data on the long-term effects of microgravity on the human body. These missions are also timed to align with the regular cadence of cargo and crew resupply missions, which are essential for keeping the station stocked and operational. For a mission beyond low Earth orbit, to the Moon or to Mars, the duration is largely dictated by the unchangeable laws of orbital mechanics. A round-trip mission to Mars, using our current chemical propulsion technology, would take approximately 2.5 to 3 years. This is not a matter of choice. It is a consequence of the celestial mechanics of the Earth-Mars transfer orbit. The journey to Mars would take about 6 to 9 months. The crew would then have to wait on the surface of Mars for about 18 months for the planets to realign in a way that allows for an efficient return journey, which would itself take another 6 to 9 months. This long duration has profound implications for every aspect of the mission design. The spacecraft's life support systems must be designed to be almost completely self-sufficient, capable of supporting the crew for 3 years with little or no possibility of resupply. The amount of food, water, and other consumables must be carefully calculated and stowed. And the psychological and physiological effects of spending 3 years in a small, confined space, millions of miles from home, must be carefully considered and mitigated. The capabilities of the spacecraft and its systems are another critical factor. The life support systems, the power systems, The propulsion systems, all of these have finite lifespans and reliability limits. The duration of a mission must be carefully planned to stay within the certified operational limits of all its critical components, and there must be sufficient margins for unexpected delays and contingencies. The health and safety of the crew is the ultimate, non-negotiable constraint. The cumulative dose of space radiation that an astronaut receives is a major limiting factor for the duration of a deep space mission. There are strict, career-long radiation exposure limits for astronauts, and a single mission to Mars would use up a significant fraction of that limit. The psychological health of the crew is also a critical consideration. While it is difficult to put a hard limit on how long a human being can endure the stresses of isolation and confinement, mission planners must design the mission profile, the daily schedules, the communication protocols, and the psychological support systems in a way that maximizes the crew's chances of maintaining their mental well-being for the entire duration of the journey. The process of determining the duration of a mission is, in essence, a complex, multivariable optimization problem. It is a process of finding the sweet spot between ambition and reality, between the desire to achieve bold scientific and exploratory goals and the need to ensure the safety and the well-being of the human beings who are brave enough to undertake these extraordinary journeys. The role of nutrition in a long-duration space mission is far more profound and complex than simply providing the fuel to keep the crew alive. It is a critical component of their physical health, their psychological well-being, and their overall performance. The space environment poses a unique set of nutritional challenges. The effects of microgravity on the body, particularly the loss of muscle mass and bone density, require a carefully tailored diet that is rich in protein and calcium. The lack of sunlight exposure means that astronauts are at risk of vitamin D deficiency, which is crucial for bone health, so their diet must be supplemented with this essential nutrient. The strange fluid shifts that occur in the body in microgravity can also alter an astronaut's sense of taste and smell, often making food seem bland and unappetizing. This can lead to a reduced food intake and a dangerous loss of weight and nutritional status, a phenomenon known as space anorexia. To combat this, space food scientists work hard to create a menu that is not just nutritious, but also varied, flavorful, and appealing. The food must also be packaged in a way that is safe, stable, and easy to prepare in a zero-gravity environment. Most of the food on the International Space Station is either thermostabilized, freeze-dried, or irradiated to ensure a long shelf life without the need for refrigeration. The crew has a menu of over 200 different food and beverage items to choose from, allowing them to create a varied and personalized diet. And the psychological importance of food cannot be overstated. In the isolated, confined, and often monotonous environment of a spacecraft, a good meal can be a powerful source of comfort, of pleasure, and of connection to home. The crew often eats their meals together, a social ritual that is crucial for maintaining team cohesion and morale. Special holiday meals, like Thanksgiving dinner with freeze-dried turkey and all the trimmings, are important traditions on the ISS. And the ability to have a fresh piece of fruit or a vegetable, delivered on a recent cargo mission, is a rare and cherished treat. For future, longer missions to Mars, the reliance on pre-packaged food will become increasingly problematic. The sheer mass of the food required for a 3-year mission is a major logistical challenge, and over time, the nutritional value and the palatability of pre-packaged food can degrade. This has led to a major research focus on the development of bioregenerative food systems, the ability to grow our own food in space. As we have seen, the veggie plant growth system on the ISS has already demonstrated the feasibility of growing a variety of crops in microgravity. These space gardens provide not just a source of fresh, nutritious food, but also a powerful psychological benefit. The simple, terrestrial act of tending to a plant, of watching something green and alive grow in an otherwise sterile, mechanical environment, can be a profound source of connection and well-being for the crew. The future of space nutrition lies in the development of a sustainable, space-based agriculture, a system that can provide a significant portion of the crew's diet, recycling water and nutrients in a closed-loop system. This will require a deep understanding of plant biology in the space environment and the development of highly efficient, automated, and robust space greenhouses. The challenge of learning how to feed ourselves on another world is, in essence, the challenge of learning how to create a small, self-sustaining piece of Earth's biosphere in a distant and hostile environment. It is a challenge that is as fundamental and as vital as any of the engineering or medical challenges of deep space exploration. The design of a spacecraft habitat for a long-duration human mission is a masterful exercise in multidisciplinary engineering, a complex and beautiful synthesis of physics, biology, psychology, and ergonomics. It is the art and science of creating a small, self-contained world, a tiny, livable bubble of Earth's environment designed to keep a human crew not just alive, but healthy, happy, and productive for years at a time in the most hostile environment imaginable. The first and most fundamental requirement is the life support system. The habitat must be a sealed, pressurized vessel, providing a breathable atmosphere of the right composition, temperature, and humidity. It must scrub the carbon dioxide that the crew exhales, replenish the oxygen they consume, filter the water they drink, and manage the waste they produce. And it must do all of this with an incredible degree of reliability and efficiency, in a closed-loop system that minimizes the need for resupplies from Earth. But a habitat is more than just a life support machine. It is a home. The psychological well-being of the crew is a paramount concern, and the design of the habitat's interior is a critical factor in maintaining their morale and their mental health. The layout of the habitat is carefully planned to provide a balance between private and communal spaces. Each crew member has their own small private crew quarters, a personal space where they can sleep, relax, and have some time to themselves. There are also common areas, like a galley for preparing and eating meals together, and a wardroom for social gatherings and recreation. The design of these spaces pays close attention to human factors. The lighting is designed to be as natural as possible, with systems that can vary their color temperature and intensity to mimic the natural 24-hour cycle of day and night on Earth, which is crucial for maintaining the crew's circadian rhythms. The noise levels are carefully managed, as the constant hum of fans and pumps can be a major source of stress and fatigue. The colors, the textures, the very feel of the interior are all carefully chosen to create an environment that is not just functional, but also comfortable, stimulating, and psychologically supportive. The habitat must also be a workplace. It must be equipped with the scientific instruments, the laboratory facilities, and the workstations that the crew will need to conduct their research. And it must provide the exercise equipment that is essential for maintaining their physical health. The design of these workspaces is a study in efficiency and ergonomics, ensuring that the crew can perform their tasks safely and effectively in the unique and often challenging environment of microgravity. And finally, the habitat must be a safe haven. It must be designed to protect the crew from the hazards of the space environment, from the threat of radiation and micrometeoroid impacts to the risk of internal emergencies like fire or depressurization. This involves the use of robust shielding materials, the design of redundant and fault-tolerant systems, and the development of clear and well-rehearsed emergency procedures. The design of a long-duration space habitat is, in essence, an exercise in world building. It is the challenge of taking all the complex, interconnected systems that support life on our home planet, our atmosphere, our water cycle, our food webs, our social structures, and recreating them in miniature, in a small, isolated, and artificial environment. It is one of the most difficult and also one of the most inspiring challenges in all of engineering. At the heart of any long-duration human space mission lies a suite of essential, and often life-critical, technologies. These are the systems that create and maintain the small bubble of Earth-like environment that allows humans to survive and to thrive in the vacuum of space. The air revitalization system is perhaps the most fundamental of these. It is a complex, multi-stage process that is constantly at work. The first stage is the removal of the carbon dioxide that the crew exhales. On the International Space Station, this is primarily done by a system that uses a bed of zeolite crystals, which selectively absorb the CO2 from the cabin air. This CO2 is then vented overboard or, in a more advanced, closed-loop system. It can be sent to a Sabatier reactor. In this remarkable piece of chemical engineering, the captured carbon dioxide is reacted with hydrogen to produce methane and water. The methane is vented, and the water is returned to the station's water supply. The oxygen that the crew consumes is replenished primarily through the process of electrolysis, using a system that splits water molecules into their constituent hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen is released into the cabin atmosphere, and the hydrogen can be used in the Sabatier reactor or vented overboard. This creates a partially closed loop for oxygen, where the water that the crew consumes and transpires can be used to regenerate the air they breathe. Water recovery is another critical, life-sustaining technology. A human crew uses a significant amount of water each day, for drinking, for food preparation, for hygiene. Launching all of this water from Earth for a multi-year mission would be prohibitively expensive, and so, the ability to recycle water is essential. The water recovery system on the ISS is a marvel of closed-loop engineering. It collects wastewater from a variety of sources, including the crew's urine, their hygiene activities, and the condensation that is collected from the cabin air by the dehumidifiers. This wastewater is then put through a multi-stage purification process, including filtration, distillation, and catalytic oxidation, which produces water that is cleaner and purer than most of the tap water we drink on Earth. The system is so efficient that it reclaims about 93% of all the water that is used on the station. Thermal control is another, often overlooked, but life-critical technology. A spacecraft in orbit is subject to extreme temperature swings, from the intense heat of direct sunlight to the deep cold of space when it is in the Earth's shadow. The thermal control system must maintain the interior of the habitat and all its sensitive electronic equipment within a narrow, comfortable temperature range. This is typically done with a system of external radiators and a network of internal fluid loops that can collect excess heat from one part of the station and either reject it into space or transfer it to another part that needs to be warmed. And finally, there is the crucial technology of power generation. All of these life support systems and all the scientific and communication systems on a spacecraft require a constant and reliable supply of electrical power. For a long-duration mission in the inner solar system, the primary source of this power is the Sun. The ISS is equipped with a massive set of solar arrays that span an area larger than a football field. These arrays use photovoltaic cells to convert sunlight directly into electricity, which is then used to power the station and to charge a set of batteries that provide power when the station is in the Earth's shadow. For missions to the outer solar system, where sunlight is too faint to be a practical power source, or for missions to the surface of the Moon or Mars, where there are long periods of darkness, other technologies are required. Radioisotope thermoelectric generators, which use the heat from the natural decay of a radioactive material like plutonium to generate electricity, have been the workhorse for many of our most famous robotic deep space missions, like Voyager and Cassini, and for the Curiosity and Perseverance rovers on Mars, and for future, large-scale human outposts on the Moon or Mars. A new generation of small, safe, and reliable nuclear fission reactors is being developed, which could provide the large amounts of power that will be needed to support a permanent human presence on another world. These are the technologies that make human spaceflight possible. They are the invisible and often unsung heroes of our exploration of the cosmos, a testament to the remarkable ingenuity of the engineers and scientists who have figured out how to create a small and very precious piece of Earth in the vast and hostile emptiness of space. The study of the effects of microgravity on the human body is a central and ongoing endeavor in the field of space medicine, a crucial line of inquiry that is essential for ensuring the health and safety of astronauts on long-duration missions. This research is conducted through a multi-pronged approach, using a combination of ground-based analog studies, parabolic flights, and, most importantly, the unique long-term laboratory of the International Space Station. On the ground, scientists use a variety of techniques to simulate the physiological effects of weightlessness. One of the most common is head-down tilt bed rest. In these studies, volunteers lie in a bed that is tilted slightly downwards, with their head lower than their feet. For weeks or even months at a time, this position causes the fluids in the body to shift towards the head, mimicking the fluid shifts that occur in microgravity. And the lack of weight-bearing activity on the muscles and bones of the lower body leads to a deconditioning that is very similar to the muscle atrophy and bone loss experienced by astronauts. These bed rest studies are an invaluable tool for testing new exercise countermeasures, nutritional supplements, and other potential treatments for the negative effects of spaceflight in a controlled, terrestrial environment. Another important ground-based tool is the parabolic flight, often referred to as the vomit comet. In this technique, a specially modified aircraft flies in a series of steep, parabolic arcs. During the upward and downward phases of the arc, the passengers experience a period of hypergravity, about twice the force of Earth's gravity. But as the aircraft crests the top of the arc, it enters a state of free fall. And for a period of about 20 to 25 seconds, everything and everyone inside the plane is effectively weightless. These short bursts of microgravity are not long enough to study the long-term, chronic effects of spaceflight, but they are an excellent platform for studying the acute, short-term responses of the body to weightlessness, particularly the neurovestibular system, which is responsible for our sense of balance and spatial orientation. But the ultimate laboratory for studying the effects of microgravity is, of course, space itself. The International Space Station is a world-class biomedical research facility, and the astronauts who live and work there are not just pilots and engineers. They are also the subjects of an extensive, ongoing program of human research. Their bodies are monitored with a suite of sophisticated medical instruments. Their blood and urine are regularly collected and analyzed. Their cardiovascular health is assessed with ultrasound machines. Their bone density is measured with X-ray densitometers. Their muscle mass and strength are tested. Their vision is checked. Their sleep patterns are monitored. Their cognitive performance is evaluated. This vast amount of data, collected from hundreds of astronauts over more than 2 decades of continuous human presence on the station, has given us an unprecedented understanding of how the human body adapts and maladapts to the space environment. It has allowed us to quantify the risks of spaceflight with a high degree of precision, and it has been the proving ground for the development of the effective countermeasures that we use today. This research is not just about keeping astronauts safe. It also has significant benefits for medicine here on Earth. The study of the rapid bone loss experienced by astronauts has provided new insights into the mechanisms of osteoporosis, a disease that affects millions of people on our planet. The study of the cardiovascular deconditioning that occurs in space has helped us to better understand the effects of prolonged bed rest on patients recovering from illness or surgery. The study of the immune system dysfunction that is sometimes seen in astronauts has provided new clues about the aging of the immune system here on Earth. In a very real sense, the astronauts who participate in this research are not just explorers of the cosmos. They are also pioneers on the frontier of human health, their bodies providing the data that is helping us to better understand and to better treat a wide range of terrestrial diseases. Life aboard the International Space Station is a carefully orchestrated and highly scheduled existence. A delicate balance between demanding scientific work, rigorous physical exercise, essential maintenance tasks, and the personal time that is crucial for maintaining the crew's psychological well-being. A typical day for an astronaut on the ISS begins early with a wake-up call from Mission Control. The first part of the day is often dedicated to personal hygiene and a morning meal, followed by a daily planning conference with the ground teams in Houston, Moscow, and other control centers around the world, to review the day's schedule and to discuss any issues that may have arisen overnight. The bulk of the workday is then dedicated to a wide range of tasks. A significant portion of this time is spent on scientific research. The ISS is a laboratory with a multitude of experiment racks and facilities, and the astronauts act as the hands, eyes, and brains of the scientists on the ground. They might be tending to a crop of plants in the veggie growth chamber, processing biological samples in a centrifuge, conducting a combustion experiment in a sealed glove box, or deploying a small satellite from the station's airlock. These are often complex, delicate, and time-consuming tasks, requiring a high degree of skill and concentration. Another major part of the day is dedicated to the daily exercise regimen. As we have seen, this is not an optional activity. It is a critical medical countermeasure, and the crew is scheduled for about 2.5 hours of exercise each day, a combination of resistive and cardiovascular workouts. There is also the constant ongoing work of maintaining the space station itself. The ISS is a complex, aging, and highly sophisticated machine, and it requires a constant stream of maintenance, repairs, and upgrades to keep it running safely and effectively. On any given day, an astronaut might be troubleshooting a faulty life support system, replacing a worn-out component in an experiment rack, or reconfiguring the station's computer network. And then there are the housekeeping chores, the routine tasks of cleaning, of managing inventory, of stowing and unstowing cargo, that are necessary to keep the living and working environment of the station orderly and functional. Occasionally, the routine is punctuated by the dramatic and demanding event of a spacewalk, or EVA. These are complex, multi-hour operations, where 2 crew members will don their bulky spacesuits and venture outside the station to perform a major repair or to install a new piece of equipment. These are some of the most physically and mentally challenging tasks that an astronaut can perform, and they require months of training and meticulous planning. But amidst this busy schedule of work and exercise, there is also time for personal reflection and for connection. The crew typically eats their meals together, a crucial social time for bonding and for sharing the experiences of the day. They have a protected period of personal time each evening, which they can use to read, to watch movies, to listen to music, or to simply relax and look out the window. And they have regular opportunities for private communication with their families on the ground through video calls and email, a vital link to their lives on Earth that is essential for maintaining their morale. And of course, there is the view, the cupola. The station's 7-windowed, Earth-facing observatory is a favorite spot for the crew. To float in the quiet of the cupola, to watch the continents and the oceans drift by beneath you, to see the sun rise and set 16 times a day, to witness the shimmering beauty of the aurora from above. This is an experience that is both profoundly beautiful and deeply transformative. A constant and powerful reminder of the preciousness of our home planet and of our own, small but significant, place in the vast and silent cosmos. The journey into space, while an experience of profound beauty and inspiration, is not without its risks. The human body is a finely tuned biological machine, adapted to the specific and relatively benign conditions of our home planet. When we venture beyond this protective cradle, we are exposing ourselves to a harsh and unforgiving environment, an environment that can pose a number of significant and serious health risks. We have already discussed the chronic, long-term risks of microgravity and radiation, but there are also a number of other, more immediate and sometimes more subtle, health challenges that astronauts must face. The neurovestibular system, which is responsible for our sense of balance and spatial orientation, is one of the first to be affected. In the absence of a clear gravitational up and down, the signals from the inner ear can become confused and conflicting, leading to a condition known as space adaptation syndrome or space sickness. This is a common ailment for first-time space travelers and its symptoms, which can include dizziness, nausea, and vomiting, typically appear in the first few hours or days of a mission. While it is usually a temporary and self-limiting condition, it can be debilitating and can significantly impact an astronaut's ability to perform their duties in the critical, early phase of a mission. The fluid shifts that occur in the body are another major concern. In microgravity, the fluids in the body are no longer pulled down towards the legs, and they redistribute themselves towards the upper body, the chest, and the head. This leads to the characteristic puffy face and bird legs appearance of astronauts in space, but it can also have more serious consequences. The increased fluid pressure in the head can lead to headaches, to a feeling of congestion, and, most worryingly, to a condition known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome. In this condition, the increased intracranial pressure can cause the back of the eyeball to flatten, the optic nerve to swell, and the astronaut's vision to change, often becoming more farsighted. SANS is a serious and still not fully understood condition, and it is one of the top medical risks for long-duration spaceflight. The immune system is another part of the body that seems to be affected by the space environment. A number of studies have shown that the function of certain types of immune cells, the T cells, can be suppressed during spaceflight. This could, in theory, make astronauts more susceptible to infections. There is also evidence that dormant viruses like the herpes virus can become reactivated in the body of an astronaut during a mission. The precise causes of this immune dysfunction are still being investigated, but they are likely a complex combination of the effects of microgravity, of radiation, of psychological stress, and of the altered microbial environment of the spacecraft. And finally, there is the simple, but crucial, issue of sleep. Getting a good night's sleep in space can be a challenge. The lack of a natural day-night cycle, the constant, low-level background noise of the station's life support systems, the often uncomfortable sleeping arrangements, and the psychological stresses of the mission can all conspire to disrupt an astronaut's sleep patterns. And poor sleep, as we all know, can have a significant impact on mood, on cognitive performance, and on overall health. All of these health risks are the subject of intensive, ongoing research. The goal is not just to understand these risks, but to develop effective countermeasures that will allow us to mitigate them, to keep our astronauts healthy and safe, not just on the 6-month missions to the ISS that are common today, but on the multi-year missions to Mars and beyond that are the dream of our future. The threat of radiation exposure is perhaps the most significant and most difficult to mitigate of all the health risks of deep space exploration. It is a constant, invisible, and insidious danger, one that poses a serious, long-term threat to the health and the lives of our astronauts. We have discussed the two primary types of space radiation, the slow, steady rain of galactic cosmic rays, and the sudden, violent storms of solar particle events. Both are a form of ionizing radiation, meaning they have enough energy to knock electrons out of the atoms and molecules they pass through. When this happens in the delicate, complex machinery of a living cell, it can cause a cascade of damage. The most critical target is the DNA molecule itself, the blueprint of life. Ionizing radiation can cause breaks in the DNA strands. It can damage the individual nucleotide bases, and it can create crosslinks that disrupt the molecule's structure. The cell has sophisticated repair mechanisms to fix this damage, but they are not perfect. Sometimes, the repair is faulty, leading to a mutation, a permanent change in the genetic code. Most of these mutations are harmless. But if a mutation occurs in a critical gene that controls cell growth, it can be the first step on the path to cancer. This is the primary, long-term health risk of space radiation. The risk is probabilistic. It is not a certainty. But the more cumulative radiation dose an astronaut receives, the higher their statistical risk of developing cancer later in life. This is why space agencies have strict, career-long radiation exposure limits for their astronauts. Limits that are based on an acceptable level of increased cancer risk, typically about 3%. The problem is that a single round-trip mission to Mars would expose an astronaut to a radiation dose that is close to, and possibly even exceeds, these career limits. This is a major, and as yet unsolved, roadblock on our path to the red planet. But cancer is not the only risk. There is growing concern about the non-cancer, or degenerative, effects of space radiation. As we have seen, there is evidence from animal studies that galactic cosmic rays, particularly the heavy ions, can cause significant damage to the central nervous system, leading to cognitive deficits and an acceleration of neurodegenerative processes. There is also evidence that space radiation can damage the cardiovascular system, leading to an increased risk of heart disease and stroke, and that it can cause cataracts in the eyes. These degenerative risks are, in some ways, even more worrying than the cancer risk, as they could potentially impact an astronaut's performance and their health. During a long-duration mission, not just years after they have returned to Earth, mitigating these risks is an immense challenge. Building a spacecraft with enough passive shielding to significantly reduce the GCR dose would require a prohibitive amount of mass. The development of new, more effective shielding materials is a major area of research, but it is unlikely that shielding alone will be enough. A multi-layered approach will be needed. This could include the development of biological countermeasures, pharmaceutical drugs that could protect cells from radiation damage or enhance their natural repair mechanisms. It could also involve the development of more accurate space weather forecasting, which could give a crew on a deep space mission a few hours of warning to take shelter in a heavily shielded storm shelter in the event of a major solar particle event. And it will require a more sophisticated and personalized approach to risk assessment, one that takes into account an individual astronaut's genetic predispositions and their specific mission profile. The radiation challenge is a sober and humbling reminder of the profound difference between exploring space with robots and exploring it with human beings. A robot can be radiation hardened. A human being cannot. Our fragile, water-based biology is exquisitely sensitive to this invisible threat. And before we can confidently send our explorers on the long journey to Mars, we must first learn how to protect them from the silent and potentially deadly fire of the cosmos. The insidious, deconditioning effects of microgravity on the human body are a constant battle for astronauts on long-duration missions, a battle that is fought day in and day out in the small, specialized gyms of the International Space Station. The primary weapon in this battle is exercise, a rigorous and scientifically designed regimen of countermeasures that is essential for maintaining the health and the functional capacity of the crew. We have already mentioned the three main pieces of exercise equipment on the ISS, the ARED for resistive exercise, and the T2 treadmill and Sevis cycle ergometer for cardiovascular exercise. These are not your average terrestrial gym machines. They are complex, sophisticated pieces of engineering designed to function in a weightless environment and to provide the specific kinds of physical loading that are needed to counteract the effects of microgravity. The ARED, for example, is a masterpiece of mechanical design. It uses a system of vacuum cylinders and flywheels to create a consistent, adjustable resistance, allowing astronauts to perform a wide range of exercises that target all the major muscle groups. The T2 treadmill uses a system of harnesses and bungee cords to hold the astronaut onto the running surface, providing a downward force that simulates a portion of their body weight and allows them to get an effective cardiovascular workout. This daily, 2.5-hour exercise session is not just about staying in shape. It is a medical necessity. But exercise alone is not enough. It must be combined with a carefully tailored nutritional strategy. The diet of an astronaut on the ISS is designed to provide the right amount of calories, protein, vitamins, and minerals to support their intense exercise regimen and to help mitigate the effects of muscle and bone loss. They are encouraged to consume a diet that is high in protein, which is essential for muscle synthesis, and that is supplemented with calcium and vitamin D, which are crucial for maintaining bone health. But even with the best exercise and nutrition, some deconditioning is inevitable. This has led to a search for new, more effective, or more efficient countermeasures. One promising area of research is the use of pharmacological countermeasures, drugs that could help to prevent muscle and bone loss. There are a number of drugs that are used on Earth to treat osteoporosis, for example, that are being studied for their potential use in space. Another intriguing area is the development of artificial gravity systems. The most common concept is a large, rotating centrifuge, where the astronauts could spend a portion of their day. The rotation would create a centrifugal force that would simulate the effects of gravity, providing the constant low-level loading on the muscles and bones that seems to be essential for their health. While a large, continuously rotating spacecraft, like the one in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, is still a long way off. A smaller, short-radius centrifuge that could be included in a Mars transit vehicle is a more near-term possibility. Astronauts could spend an hour or two each day in this centrifuge, getting their daily dose of gravity. The development of effective countermeasures is a process of constant research, of innovation, and of learning. The data collected from the astronauts on the ISS is invaluable for this process. It allows us to understand the physiological effects of spaceflight in unprecedented detail, and it provides the crucial evidence that is needed to assess the effectiveness of our current countermeasures and to design the next generation of technologies and protocols that will keep our explorers healthy and strong on their long and challenging journeys to other worlds. The psychological well-being of astronauts on long-duration missions is a delicate and complex ecosystem, an intricate interplay of individual resilience, team dynamics, and the constant, grinding pressure of the isolated and confined environment. The research into the psychology of spaceflight has revealed a number of common and predictable patterns in the way that human beings respond to this unique set of stressors. In the initial phase of a mission, there is often a period of euphoria and excitement, an adrenaline rush that is driven by the novelty of the experience and the immense sense of purpose and achievement. But as the mission progresses and the initial excitement wears off, the reality of the long, monotonous journey ahead can begin to set in. This can lead to a third-quarter phenomenon, a dip in morale and motivation that is often seen in the middle phase of a long period of isolation, whether it be on a space mission, in an Antarctic winter, or on a submarine. This is a time when feelings of homesickness, of loneliness, of irritability can become more pronounced. The small, confined space can begin to feel like a prison. The constant low-level background noise of the life support systems can become a source of intense irritation, and the small, personal habits of one's crewmates can become magnified into major sources of conflict. The dynamics of the crew are a critical factor in navigating this challenging phase. A well-functioning team, one that is built on a foundation of trust, of mutual respect, and of open communication, can be a powerful source of support and resilience. But a dysfunctional team, one that is plagued by conflict, by cliques, by a lack of psychological safety, can become a toxic and dangerous environment. This is why the training in communication, in conflict resolution, in expeditionary behavior is so crucial. The crew must learn to be not just colleagues, but a family, a small, interdependent tribe that can weather the psychological storms of a long journey together. The connection to Earth is another vital lifeline. The ability to have regular, private, and meaningful communication with loved ones is consistently rated by astronauts as one of the most important factors in maintaining their morale. But as a mission ventures further into deep space, to Mars, for example, this lifeline will be stretched to its breaking point. The communication delay will make real-time conversation impossible. The crew will have to adapt to a new, more asynchronous form of communication, a world of emails and recorded video messages. The sense of psychological distance from home, the feeling of being truly, profoundly alone, will be a new and unprecedented challenge for human explorers. As the mission nears its end, there is often another, final psychological challenge, the re-entry phase. The crew can experience a mix of excitement and anxiety as they prepare to return to Earth. They are eager to be reunited with their families, to feel the sun on their skin, to eat a fresh meal. But they can also feel a sense of apprehension about readjusting to a world that has moved on without them, about the physical discomfort of readapting to gravity, and about the loss of the unique, and often deeply meaningful, experience of living in space. The psychological journey of a long-duration astronaut is a profound and transformative one. It is a journey that pushes the limits of human resilience, that tests the bonds of human connection, and that ultimately can lead to a deep and lasting change in one's perspective on life, on humanity, and on our own, small but very precious, place in the cosmos. The challenge of communication across the vast, empty distances of deep space is a fundamental constraint that shapes every aspect of a mission beyond Earth orbit. It is a problem that is not just about technology, but also about the very nature of time, of distance, and of human connection. The primary challenge, as we have seen, is the finite speed of light. Light, and all other forms of electromagnetic radiation, travels at a constant speed of approximately 186,000 miles per second. This is incredibly fast by terrestrial standards, but on the scale of the solar system, it is a significant and unavoidable limitation. The one-way light time to the Moon is about 1.25 seconds. To Mars, at its closest approach, it is about 4 minutes. To the outer planets, like Jupiter and Saturn, it is measured in hours. This communication delay has profound implications for mission operations. For a mission in low Earth orbit, like the ISS, the communication is, for all practical purposes, instantaneous. Mission control can talk to the crew in real time. They can see real-time video from the station, and they can send commands and receive data with almost no delay. This allows for a very interactive and collaborative mode of operation, where the ground team is a constant and immediate partner in the daily life of the mission. But for a mission to Mars, this mode of operation is impossible. The 20-minute one-way light time means that there can be no real-time conversation, no joysticking of a rover on the surface, no immediate guidance in an emergency. The crew must be given a much higher degree of autonomy. They must be trained and empowered to make their own decisions, to solve their own problems, to be their own on-site mission control. The role of the ground team shifts from one of real-time control to one of strategic planning, of data analysis, and of providing support and advice that is, by its very nature, always out of date. Another major challenge is the tyranny of the rocket equation, which also applies, in a sense, to communication. The strength of a radio signal decreases with the square of the distance. This means that a spacecraft that is twice as far away will have a signal that is 4 times weaker. To communicate across the immense distances of the solar system, we need very large antennas on the ground and very powerful transmitters on the spacecraft. The Deep Space Network is NASA's global network of these large, sensitive antennas with complexes in California, in Spain, and in Australia, which allows for continuous communication with our robotic explorers as the Earth rotates. But even with these giant 70-meter dishes, the data rates from our most distant spacecraft, like the Voyager probes, which are now in interstellar space, are incredibly slow, just a few hundred bits per second, slower than an old dial-up modem. The limited bandwidth is a major constraint for deep space missions. It forces mission planners to be very selective about the data they bring back, to prioritize the most important scientific information, and to use sophisticated data compression techniques to make the most of the available pipeline. For a future human mission to Mars, which would generate a vast amount of data, from high-definition video to medical monitoring. This limited bandwidth will be a major challenge. This has led to a search for new, more efficient communication technologies. One of the most promising is optical or laser communication. By using a tightly focused beam of laser light instead of a broad radio beam, it is possible to achieve much higher data rates with a smaller and less powerful transmitter on the spacecraft. NASA has already demonstrated this technology on a number of missions, and it is seen as a key enabling technology for the future of human and robotic deep space exploration. The challenges of deep space communication are a powerful reminder of the true scale of our solar system and of the immense and often lonely void that separates our worlds. And they are a testament to the remarkable ingenuity of the engineers and scientists who have figured out how to send and to receive these faint, precious whispers from the dark. The spacecraft environment, the small, sealed, and artificial world that is an astronaut's home for months or even years, is a powerful and ever-present influence on the crew's social dynamics and their interpersonal relationships. It is a crucible, a high-pressure environment that can either forge a team into a cohesive and high-performing unit, or it can fracture it into a collection of stressed, irritable, and dysfunctional individuals. The physical characteristics of the habitat are a major factor. The sheer lack of space, the constant proximity to one's crewmates, the absence of personal privacy. These can all be major sources of stress. The design of the habitat, as we have seen, tries to mitigate these stresses by providing private crew quarters and by creating a layout that is both functional and psychologically comfortable. But there is no escaping the fundamental reality of being trapped in a small metal can with the same few people for a very long time. The sensory environment of the spacecraft is also a significant factor. The constant low-level background noise of the life support systems, the artificial lighting, the recycled air, the pre-packaged food, all of these can contribute to a sense of monotony, of sensory deprivation, of being disconnected from the rich, varied, and natural sensory world of Earth. This can lead to a state of psychological understimulation, which can, in turn, lead to boredom, to a loss of motivation, and to an increased sensitivity to interpersonal annoyances. In this environment, the small personal habits of one's crewmates, the way they eat, the way they talk, the way they work can become magnified and can be a source of intense irritation and conflict. The psychological effects of isolation and confinement are well documented. As a mission progresses, there can be a natural tendency for the crew to withdraw, to become more territorial, to form subgroups or cliques. The high-stakes, high-pressure nature of the work, combined with the constant feeling of being under a microscope, of being monitored by mission control, can also create a significant amount of stress. This is why the interpersonal dynamics of the crew, their ability to communicate effectively, to resolve conflicts constructively, and to provide mutual support, are so absolutely critical to the success of a long-duration mission. A well-functioning crew is not one that never has disagreements. It is one that has the skills and the psychological maturity to handle those disagreements in a healthy and productive way. The role of the mission commander is particularly important in this regard. The commander is not just the technical leader of the mission. They are also the social and emotional leader of the crew. They are responsible for fostering a culture of open communication, of psychological safety, of shared purpose. A good commander is one who can lead with a balance of authority and empathy, who can make the tough decisions when necessary, but who can also listen, who can mediate, and who can create an environment where every member of the crew feels valued, respected, and supported. The challenges of living and working together in the extreme environment of space are, in many ways, a microcosm of the challenges of living and working together here on Spaceship Earth. The lessons we are learning about crew dynamics, about leadership, about conflict resolution, about how to build a small, cohesive, and high-performing human society in the harshest of environments are lessons that have a profound relevance and application to the challenges we face as a global community here on our home planet. The development of effective strategies for fostering teamwork and for managing stress in the high-stakes environment of space is a central focus of the human factors research that supports long-duration missions. This is not a soft science. It is a critical operational necessity. The history of exploration, both in space and in terrestrial analog environments, is full of examples of missions that have been compromised or have even failed, not because of a technical malfunction, but because of a breakdown in the human system. The strategies for building a high-performing space crew are multi-layered. It begins with selection, with the careful choice of individuals who have the right combination of technical skill and psychological resilience. But it is the training that is the true foundation of effective teamwork. As we have seen, the crew for a long-duration mission spends a great deal of time training together, learning to trust each other, and developing a shared mental model of the mission and of their roles within it. A key part of this training is the use of high-fidelity, team-based simulations. In these simulations, the crew is presented with a variety of challenging, and often unexpected, scenarios: a medical emergency, a critical equipment failure, a sudden change in the mission plan. They must work together, under pressure, to diagnose the problem, to develop a plan of action, and to execute that plan effectively. These simulations are not just about testing the crew's technical skills. They are about testing their ability to communicate, to coordinate, to make decisions as a team, and to manage the inevitable stress and uncertainty of a real-life crisis. Another crucial strategy is the establishment of clear and well-understood norms and protocols for communication and for decision-making. In a high-stakes environment, there is no room for ambiguity. The crew must have a shared understanding of who is responsible for what, of how information is to be shared, of how conflicts are to be resolved. This is not about creating a rigid military-style hierarchy. It is about creating a clear and predictable framework that allows the team to function efficiently and effectively, particularly in a crisis. The management of stress is also a key focus of the training and the in-flight support. The crew is taught a variety of specific, evidence-based stress management techniques, such as mindfulness, breathing exercises, and cognitive reframing. They are also given a protected amount of time in their daily schedule for personal relaxation and for recreation. And they have a range of tools at their disposal to help them manage the stresses of isolation, from access to a library of movies and music to the ability to have private, one-on-one conversations with a psychologist on the ground. The use of technology is also playing an increasingly important role in supporting teamwork and in managing stress. The crew is equipped with advanced communication and collaboration tools that allow them to share information and to work together effectively. And there is ongoing research into the use of new technologies, like virtual reality, to provide the crew with immersive, relaxing, and stimulating experiences that can help to counteract the monotony and the sensory deprivation of the spacecraft environment. A crew could, for example, take a virtual walk on a beach or a hike in a forest, providing a powerful psychological escape from the confines of their habitat. The ultimate goal of all these strategies is to create a resilient crew, a team that is not just capable of enduring the stresses of a long-duration mission, but is capable of learning, of adapting, and of growing stronger from the challenges they face. It is a process of building not just a team of experts, but an expert team, a small human society that is equipped with the skills, the tools, and the wisdom to not only survive, but to thrive on the long and challenging journey to another world. In the isolated and remote environment of a deep space mission, a medical emergency is one of the most feared and most challenging scenarios that a crew can face. On the International Space Station, which is in low Earth orbit, a critically ill or injured astronaut can, in a worst-case scenario, be returned to Earth in a matter of hours. But on a mission to Mars, the crew is on their own. The communication delay makes real-time medical consultation impossible, and a return to Earth is months or even years away. The management of a medical emergency in this environment requires a new paradigm of expeditionary medicine, one that is based on autonomy, on resourcefulness, and on a deep and comprehensive level of training. The first line of defense is the crew itself, at least one, and preferably two. Members of a Mars-bound crew will be highly trained medical professionals, likely physicians with a broad range of skills, including emergency medicine, surgery, and dentistry. But the entire crew will be trained as medical first responders, capable of providing basic life support, of administering medications, and of assisting the crew medical officer in a crisis. This medical training is extensive and hands-on, using high-fidelity medical simulators to practice a wide range of potential scenarios, from a cardiac arrest to a traumatic injury. The second line of defense is the spacecraft's medical bay. This will be a small but highly capable medical facility, equipped with a range of diagnostic and therapeutic tools. This could include an ultrasound machine, which is a versatile and radiation-free tool for imaging a wide range of medical conditions, a small, portable X-ray machine, a laboratory for analyzing blood and other biological samples, and a supply of medications and other medical consumables that has been carefully chosen to address the most likely medical issues that could arise on a long-duration mission. There is also a great deal of research into the development of new, more autonomous medical technologies, such as AI-powered diagnostic systems that could assist the crew in making a diagnosis, and robotic surgical systems that could allow a surgeon on Earth to remotely guide a surgical procedure on Mars, despite the communication delay. The third line of defense is the remote support from the medical team on the ground. While real-time consultation is not possible, the crew will be able to transmit medical data images, lab results, vital signs to the ground for expert review. The ground team can then provide their analysis and their recommendations back to the crew. This will be a new, asynchronous form of telemedicine, one that requires the crew to be able to act autonomously for long periods and the ground team to provide clear, concise, and actionable guidance. The management of a medical emergency in deep space is a sobering and complex challenge. It is a challenge that pushes the boundaries of medical technology, of human training, and of our ability to provide care in the most remote and hostile environment imaginable. It is a challenge that we must solve before we can confidently send our explorers on the long and perilous journey to Mars. The scientific experiments that are conducted on a long-duration space mission are the very reason for the journey. They are the currency of discovery, the tangible return on the immense investment of time, of resources, and of human risk that is required for a mission beyond Earth. The management of these experiments, from their initial conception to their final analysis, is a complex and meticulous process, a global, collaborative effort that often involves hundreds of scientists and engineers. The process begins years before a mission, with the selection of the experiments. Scientists from around the world submit proposals, which are then subjected to a rigorous process of peer review. The proposals are evaluated on their scientific merit, on their technical feasibility, and on their relevance to the overall goals of the mission. Only the very best and most promising experiments are chosen. Once an experiment is selected, a long and detailed process of planning and development begins. The scientific team must work closely with the engineers to design and to build the hardware for their experiment, hardware that must be incredibly robust, reliable, and capable of operating in the unique and challenging environment of space. The procedures for conducting the experiment must be carefully developed and tested, and the astronauts who will be performing the experiment in space must be extensively trained. During the mission itself, the management of the experiments is a daily, collaborative effort between the crew in space and the science teams on the ground. The astronauts act as the hands and the eyes of the scientists, setting up the experiments, running the procedures, collecting the data, and troubleshooting any problems that may arise. The science teams on the ground monitor the progress of their experiments in real time, analyzing the data as it is downlinked from the spacecraft, and providing guidance and support to the crew. This is a dynamic and interactive process, one that often leads to new discoveries and new directions for the research. The handling of the scientific data is a crucial part of the process. The data that is collected in space is a precious and irreplaceable resource. It must be carefully stored, backed up, and transmitted to the ground. And there are strict protocols in place to ensure the integrity and the quality of the data. Once the mission is over, the real work of scientific analysis begins. The data is made available to the wider scientific community, and it is often analyzed by multiple teams of researchers who may publish their findings in peer-reviewed scientific journals. The results of these experiments contribute to the ever-growing body of human knowledge, providing new insights into the nature of the universe, and often leading to new technologies and new applications that can benefit our lives here on Earth. The scientific experiments that are conducted on a space mission are more than just a collection of tasks. They are the very heart of the endeavor. They are the tangible expression of our innate human curiosity, of our deep and enduring desire to understand the world around us, and to use that understanding to build a better future. The dream of a permanent, self-sustaining human presence in space, of a future where we are no longer just visitors to the cosmos, but citizens of it, is a dream that is fundamentally dependent on our ability to create closed-loop, sustainable life support systems. It is the challenge of learning how to live off the land, not on a new continent, but on a new world. The concept of a closed-loop system is one that is inspired by the beautiful and incredibly efficient cycles of our own home planet. On Earth, nothing is wasted. The carbon dioxide that we exhale is used by plants for photosynthesis, which in turn produces the oxygen we need to breathe. The water we use is constantly being recycled through the great global cycles of evaporation and precipitation. The waste products of one organism become the food for another. It is a system of almost perfect sustainability, a system that has supported life for billions of years. To create a sustainable human presence in space, we must learn to mimic this terrestrial elegance, to create small, artificial biospheres that can recycle air, water, and nutrients with a high degree of efficiency. We have already made remarkable progress in this area. The water recovery and oxygen generation systems on the International Space Station are a testament to this. But for a long-term, self-sufficient outpost on the Moon or Mars, we will need to go much further. The key to this next level of sustainability is the integration of living organisms into our life support systems, the creation of bioregenerative life support systems. As we have seen, the use of plants to grow food, to produce oxygen, and to purify water is a central component of this vision. But the concept can be extended to include other organisms as well. Algae, for example, are incredibly efficient photosynthetic organisms that can be grown in compact bioreactors, producing a large amount of oxygen and a source of protein-rich food. And microorganisms can be used to break down and to recycle the waste products of the crew, converting organic waste into nutrients that can be used to fertilize the plants in a process known as composting in space. The ultimate goal is to create a small and nearly completely closed ecosystem, a system where the crew, the plants, the algae, and the microbes are all part of a single, interconnected, and self-sustaining web of life. But sustainability in space is not just about recycling. It is also about learning to use the resources that are already there. This is the concept of in situ resource utilization. On the Moon and on Mars, there is an abundance of resources that could be used to support a human outpost. The lunar regolith, the fine gray dust that covers the Moon's surface, is rich in oxygen, which could be extracted and used for breathing air and for rocket propellant. There is also a significant amount of water ice trapped in the permanently shadowed craters at the lunar poles, a resource that could be used for drinking water, for growing plants, and for producing hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel. On Mars, the thin carbon dioxide atmosphere can be used as a source of oxygen, and the abundant water ice that is present just below the surface can be mined and used. The development of the technologies that will be needed for ISRU, the robotic miners, the chemical processing plants, the 3D printers that can use the local regolith as a building material is one of the key engineering challenges on the path to a sustainable human presence beyond Earth. The quest for sustainability in space is a quest that is deeply intertwined with our own future survival, both off-world and on-world. The lessons we learn, the technologies we develop, in our attempt to create a small, sustainable human society on another planet are the same lessons and the same technologies that we will need to create a more sustainable human society here on our own. Beautiful and very precious. Home planet. The creation of a closed-loop life support system, the holy grail of sustainable space exploration, is a challenge of immense complexity, a delicate and often unforgiving dance with the laws of chemistry, biology, and engineering. The recycling of water and air, which seems so effortless and natural on a planetary scale, becomes a Herculean task when confined to the small, artificial environment of a spacecraft. Water recycling is a particularly formidable challenge. The wastewater on a spacecraft is a complex and often unpleasant cocktail. It includes urine, which is rich in urea and salts, hygiene water, which contains soap, shampoo, and other contaminants, and the humidity condensate from the cabin air, which contains a host of trace volatile organic compounds that are off-gassed from the spacecraft's materials and from the crew themselves. To turn this wastewater back into pure, drinkable water requires a multi-stage and highly robust purification process. On the ISS, this involves a series of filters to remove solid particles, a large rotating distillation unit that can separate the pure water from the contaminants in microgravity, and a final high-temperature catalytic reactor that can break down any remaining organic compounds. It is a complex, energy-intensive, and maintenance-heavy system. And even with this sophisticated technology, there are still challenges. The high concentration of salts in the urine brine can lead to scaling and clogging of the system, and there is a constant need to monitor the quality of the recycled water to ensure that it is free of any harmful microorganisms or chemical contaminants. The recycling of air presents its own unique set of challenges. As we have seen, the primary task is the removal of carbon dioxide and the replenishment of oxygen. But a closed-loop air system must also deal with a host of other trace contaminants that can build up over time in a sealed environment. These can include volatile organic compounds from plastics and electronics, methane and ammonia from the crew, and even trace amounts of toxic compounds like formaldehyde. These contaminants must be constantly filtered out of the air to maintain a healthy and safe breathing environment. This is typically done with a system of activated charcoal beds and a high-temperature catalytic oxidizer. Another major challenge is the management of the overall pressure and composition of the atmosphere. The atmosphere on the ISS is a mixture of nitrogen and oxygen, similar to the air we breathe on Earth. But this mixture can be difficult to maintain. Small leaks in the spacecraft's hull can lead to a gradual loss of air, which must be periodically replenished from high-pressure tanks, and the balance between the oxygen that is produced and the carbon dioxide that is removed must be carefully controlled to maintain the right partial pressures of each gas. And then there is the energy. All of these recycling processes, the pumps, the heaters, the centrifuges, the chemical reactors, require a significant amount of electrical power. Designing these systems to be as energy efficient as possible is a major engineering challenge, particularly for a deep space mission where power will be a precious and limited resource. The psychological aspect is also a crucial, if often overlooked, consideration. The crew must have a deep and abiding trust in their life support systems. They must be comfortable with the idea of drinking their own recycled urine and of breathing their own recycled air. This requires not just a high degree of technical reliability, but also a culture of transparency and of open communication, where the crew is fully informed about the status of their life support systems and is an active partner in their operation and maintenance. The quest to build a truly closed-loop life support system is, in many ways, the ultimate engineering challenge. It is a quest to recreate, in miniature, the elegant and self-sustaining cycles of our own planet's biosphere, a quest that is essential for our future as a spacefaring species. The production and management of food for a long-duration mission to another world is a challenge that lies at the very intersection of agriculture, nutrition, engineering, and psychology. It is the challenge of learning how to create a sustainable and satisfying food system millions of miles from the nearest farm or grocery store. The current approach for missions on the International Space Station, which relies almost entirely on prepackaged, shelf-stable food, is not a viable long-term solution for a Mars mission. The mass of the food required for a 3-year mission for a crew of 4 would be immense, on the order of several tons. And over time, the nutritional quality and the palatability of this prepackaged food can degrade. This has led to a major focus on the development of space agriculture, the ability to grow our own food in transit and on the surface of another world. As we have seen, the veggie and advanced plant habitat systems on the ISS have already demonstrated that a variety of crops, from leafy greens to radishes and peppers, can be successfully grown in the microgravity environment of space. But scaling these systems up to provide a significant fraction of the crew's diet is a major challenge. It will require the development of large, highly efficient, and highly automated space greenhouses. These greenhouses will need to provide the plants with everything they need to thrive a carefully controlled atmosphere with the right levels of carbon dioxide, a precisely tailored spectrum of light from efficient LED grow lights, a constant supply of water and nutrients, and a way to manage temperature and humidity. And all of this must be done in a closed-loop system that recycles water and nutrients and minimizes the input of resources from Earth. The choice of which crops to grow is another critical consideration. The ideal space crop would be one that is highly nutritious, that has a high yield, that grows quickly, that requires minimal resources, and that has a high harvest index, meaning that a large fraction of the plant is edible. A number of candidate crops are being studied, including potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, wheat, and a variety of leafy greens. But a sustainable space food system will likely not be just about plants. There is also research into the use of other, more exotic food sources. Algae, for example, can be grown in compact photobioreactors and are an excellent source of protein, vitamins, and minerals. And there is even research into the use of cellular agriculture, the ability to grow meat in a laboratory from a small sample of animal cells, which could one day provide a source of fresh meat for a Mars-bound crew without the need to bring along a herd of cattle. The management of this space-grown food, from harvest to plate, is another complex challenge. The crew will need to be their own farmers, their own chefs, their own food safety inspectors. They will need to be trained in the arts of horticulture, of food preparation, and of menu planning. The psychological importance of food, as we have discussed, cannot be overstated. The ability to grow, to harvest, and to prepare their own fresh food will be a powerful source of comfort, of variety, and of connection to the living, natural world of Earth. It will be a way of making a sterile, alien environment feel a little bit more like home. The development of a sustainable, space-based food system is one of the great enabling technologies for the future of human exploration. It is a challenge that is as much about biology as it is about engineering, as much about psychology as it is about nutrition. And it is a challenge that will require us to become not just explorers of other worlds, but gardeners of them as well. The dream of a sustainable, self-sufficient human presence in space is being brought closer to reality by a host of remarkable and rapidly advancing technologies. The development of closed-loop life support systems, which we have discussed, is at the very heart of this endeavor. But this is just one piece of a much larger technological puzzle. The concept of in situ resource utilization, the ability to live off the land on other worlds, is another critical enabling technology. On the Moon, for example, the lunar regolith is a vast, untapped reservoir of resources. It is composed of about 45% oxygen by weight, locked up in silicate minerals. A number of different techniques are being developed to extract this oxygen, which could then be used for breathing air and for producing rocket propellant. The regolith also contains a variety of metals, like aluminum, iron, and titanium, which could be used as raw materials for manufacturing and construction. And the recent discovery of significant deposits of water ice in the permanently shadowed craters at the lunar poles has been a game changer. This water is not just a source of life support, it is the key to a sustainable lunar economy. It can be split into hydrogen and oxygen, the most efficient chemical rocket propellant we know of. A future lunar outpost could become a gas station in space, producing propellant from lunar water and refueling spacecraft on their way to Mars and other, more distant destinations. On Mars, the ISRU opportunities are, in some ways, even more compelling. The thin Martian atmosphere is about 96% carbon dioxide. The Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, a small, toaster-sized instrument on the Perseverance rover, has already successfully demonstrated the ability to extract oxygen from the Martian atmosphere by breaking down the CO2 molecules. This is a crucial first step towards creating a breathable Mars. And Mars, like the Moon, has vast deposits of water ice, both at its poles and buried just beneath the surface at lower latitudes. This water is the single most important resource for a future human settlement on Mars. Another revolutionary technology that will be essential for sustainable space settlement is advanced autonomous robotics. The first human missions to the Moon and Mars will not be landing on an empty, unprepared world. They will be preceded by a fleet of robotic explorers that will act as our scouts, our surveyors, our construction workers. These robots will map the resources, they will choose the landing sites, they will prepare the infrastructure, the landing pads, the habitats, the power systems before the first humans ever arrive. And once a human settlement is established, robots will be our indispensable partners, performing the dangerous, the repetitive, and the physically demanding tasks of mining, of construction, of maintenance, freeing up the human crew to focus on the more complex and creative tasks of science and exploration. The development of artificial intelligence and machine learning is also a critical enabling technology. As we have seen, AI will play a crucial role in managing the complex, autonomous systems of a deep space habitat. It will also be essential for assisting the crew in their scientific work, for analyzing the vast amounts of data that will be collected, and for helping them to make decisions in a complex and often unpredictable environment. And finally, there is the revolutionary technology of advanced manufacturing, particularly 3D printing. The ability to manufacture tools, spare parts, and even entire habitat structures on site, using a combination of stored raw materials and the local in situ resources, will be a game changer for sustainable space exploration. It will drastically reduce the amount of mass that needs to be launched from Earth, and it will give a future space community a degree of self-sufficiency and resilience that is simply not possible with our current Earth-dependent model of exploration. The journey to becoming a multiplanetary species is a journey of technological innovation. It is a journey that is pushing us to develop new, more sustainable, more intelligent, and more resilient ways of living. Ways of living that will not only allow us to survive and to thrive on other worlds, but that may also hold the key to our own long-term survival and prosperity here on our home planet. The management of waste on a long-duration space mission is a challenge that is as unglamorous as it is absolutely critical. In the small, sealed, and fragile ecosystem of a spacecraft, there is no way to throw things. Every gram of waste that is produced must be carefully managed to ensure the health and the safety of the crew and to maximize the sustainability of the mission. The sources of waste on a spacecraft are numerous and varied. There is the human waste, the urine, the feces, the carbon dioxide. There is the food waste, the packaging, the uneaten food. There is the operational waste, the used filters, the old equipment, the disposable hygiene products. In a closed-loop system, the goal is to view this waste not as a problem to be disposed of, but as a resource to be recycled. We have already seen how the water in urine and in the cabin air can be reclaimed and purified. The solid, organic component of the human and food waste is a more challenging, but also a more valuable resource. A number of different technologies are being developed to process this organic waste. One approach is a high-temperature combustion or gasification process, which can break down the organic material into simple gases like carbon dioxide and water, which can then be fed back into the life support system. This process also has the benefit of sterilizing the waste and reducing its volume. Another, more biological approach is to use a system of bioreactors, where microorganisms are used to break down the organic waste in a process similar to composting. This can produce a nutrient-rich effluent that can be used to fertilize the plants in a space greenhouse. And it can also produce biogas, like methane, which could be used as a supplementary fuel source. The management of the non-organic waste, like plastics and metals, is another major challenge. The first principle is to minimize the amount of this waste that is generated in the first place, by designing equipment and packaging to be as lightweight, as durable, and as reusable as possible, but some amount of non-recyclable waste is inevitable. On the ISS, this waste is typically collected in bags, compacted, and then stowed in a departing cargo vehicle, which is then allowed to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. But for a mission to Mars, this will not be an option. The non-recyclable waste will either have to be stored for the entire 3-year duration of the mission, or it will have to be dealt with on-site. This has led to research into technologies like plasma gasification, which can use a high-temperature plasma torch to break down a wide range of waste materials, including plastics and metals, into their constituent elements, which could then be used as a raw material for 3D printing. The psychological aspect of waste management is also a crucial, if often overlooked, consideration. Living in a small, confined space that is cluttered with bags of trash can have a significant negative impact on crew morale and well-being. The design of the habitat must include a clean, efficient, and well-organized system for collecting, for processing, and for storing waste. And the crew must be trained in the protocols and the mindset of a zero-waste culture, a culture that sees every resource as precious and every piece of waste as a potential asset. The challenge of waste management in space is a microcosm of the challenge of waste management here on Earth. It is the challenge of moving from a linear take, make, dispose economy to a circular, sustainable one. And the innovative, closed-loop technologies that we are developing to solve this problem for a small crew on Mars may one day help us to solve it for a global population of billions on our own. Beautiful and very finite. Spaceship Earth. The psychological stresses of a long-duration space mission are a powerful and relentless force, a constant pressure that can impact every aspect of a crew's performance. From their cognitive abilities and their decision-making to their interpersonal relationships and their overall well-being, the sources of this stress are numerous and interconnected. There is the stress of the high-stakes, high-performance environment, where a small mistake can have catastrophic consequences. There is the stress of the constant, unblinking monitoring by mission control, the feeling of living in a fishbowl. There is the stress of the physical discomforts of the space environment, from space sickness to sleep disruption. And then there are the deep existential stresses of isolation and confinement. The feeling of being so far from home, so disconnected from the natural world, so trapped in a small mechanical environment, can, over time, lead to a range of negative psychological outcomes. Research from analog environments has shown that long-term isolation can lead to a state of psychological hibernation, a kind of emotional blunting and social withdrawal that is characterized by a loss of motivation, a decrease in cognitive performance, and an increase in sleep disturbances. It can also lead to an increased risk of depression, of anxiety, and of other, more serious mental health issues. The stress can also have a profound impact on the crew's cognitive function. High levels of the stress hormone, cortisol, can impair the functioning of the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that is responsible for executive functions like attention, working memory, and decision-making. This can lead to a decrease in performance on complex tasks, an increase in errors, and a reduced ability to think flexibly and creatively in a crisis. This is a major concern for a mission to Mars, where the crew will need to be at the peak of their cognitive abilities to handle the complex and often unpredictable challenges of the mission. The stress can also take a heavy toll on the interpersonal dynamics of the crew. In the close, confined, and high-pressure environment of a spacecraft, small disagreements and irritations can become magnified and can escalate into serious conflicts. The lack of personal space and privacy can lead to increased tension and irritability, and the cultural differences within a multinational crew can sometimes be a source of misunderstanding and friction. This is why the ability of the crew to function as a cohesive and supportive team is so absolutely critical to the success of a long-duration mission. The research into the psychology of spaceflight is not just about identifying these risks. It is also about developing the strategies and the countermeasures that can be used to mitigate them. As we have seen, this includes the careful selection and training of the crew, the design of a psychologically supportive habitat, the provision of ongoing in-flight psychological support, and the development of specific evidence-based tools and techniques for managing stress and for resolving conflicts. The use of new technologies, like virtual reality, to provide the crew with relaxing and stimulating experiences is a promising area of research, and the importance of a healthy lifestyle, of regular exercise, of a good diet, of adequate sleep cannot be overstated. These are not just good for the body, they are essential for the mind. The psychological challenges of deep space exploration are, in many ways, the final frontier. They are a profound and humbling reminder that the most complex, the most delicate, and the most precious piece of equipment on any human space mission is the human mind itself. The environment of a spacecraft is a completely artificial one, a small bubble of life-sustaining gases, pressures, and temperatures, created and maintained by a complex and life-critical set of technologies. The management of these environmental factors is a constant and often delicate. Balancing act. The temperature within the habitat, for example, must be kept within a narrow, comfortable range, typically around 22 degrees Celsius. But a spacecraft in orbit is subject to extreme temperature swings. When it is in direct sunlight, its surfaces can heat up to over 120 degrees Celsius. When it is in the Earth's shadow, they can plummet to minus 150 degrees Celsius. The active thermal control system is what manages this thermal balance. It uses a network of fluid loops, typically filled with ammonia, to collect excess heat from the sun-facing side of the station and from the heat-generating electronic equipment inside, and then transports this heat to a set of large external radiators, which radiate it away into the cold of space. The management of humidity is another critical environmental factor. A human crew produces a significant amount of moisture through their breath and their sweat. If this moisture is not removed from the cabin air, the humidity can quickly rise to uncomfortable and even dangerous levels. High humidity can lead to condensation on cold surfaces, which can damage electronic equipment and can create an environment where mold and bacteria can grow. The life support system uses a system of condensing heat exchangers to pull this excess moisture out of the air. These are essentially the space equivalent of a dehumidifier. The condensed water is then collected and fed into the water recycling system. The interaction between temperature and humidity is a complex one. Warmer air can hold more moisture, so a small increase in the cabin temperature can lead to a significant increase in the relative humidity. The thermal control system and the humidity control system must therefore work together in a coordinated way to maintain a stable and comfortable environment. The overall pressure and composition of the cabin atmosphere is another crucial parameter. The atmosphere on the ISS is maintained at a pressure that is equivalent to sea level on Earth, and it is a mixture of about 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. This sea-level atmosphere is more comfortable for the crew than a pure oxygen environment, and it also significantly reduces the risk of fire. But maintaining this atmosphere is a constant challenge. There are always tiny microscopic leaks in the hull of the station, which lead to a slow but steady loss of air. This lost air must be periodically replenished from high-pressure tanks of nitrogen and oxygen that are brought up on cargo resupply missions. The development of more robust and more sensitive leak detection systems is a major area of engineering research. The environmental factors of a spacecraft are not just a matter of engineering. They also have a profound impact on the health and the well-being of the crew, living for months or even years in a completely artificial and often monotonous sensory environment can be a major source of psychological stress. This has led to a great deal of research into the design of habitats that are not just functional, but also psychologically supportive. This includes the use of advanced LED lighting systems that can change their color and intensity to mimic the natural rhythms of a 24-hour day, which can help to maintain the crew's circadian rhythms. It includes the careful management of noise to create a quieter and more peaceful living environment. and it even includes research into the use of olfactory stimulation, the introduction of pleasant, natural smells, like the smell of freshly cut grass or of a pine forest, to help create a more varied and more stimulating sensory world. The creation of a habitable environment in space is a testament to our remarkable ability to engineer our own reality. But it is also a profound and humbling reminder of our deep, and often unconscious, dependence on the rich, complex, and beautifully self-regulating environment of our home planet. The habitat that will one day house the first human explorers on Mars will be the most remote outpost in human history, a small, fragile, and utterly precious bubble of life on a cold, dead, and alien world. The design of this habitat is one of the great and most inspiring engineering challenges of our time. It will be a synthesis of cutting-edge technology, of deep scientific understanding, and of a profound appreciation for the physical, the psychological, and the social needs of its human inhabitants. The first principle of a Mars habitat is protection. The Martian environment is incredibly hostile. The atmosphere is thin, providing almost no protection from the constant rain of solar and galactic cosmic radiation. The surface temperatures can swing by over 100 degrees Celsius between day and night, and the fine, pervasive Martian dust is a potential health hazard, a toxic and abrasive material that could damage both the crew's lungs and their equipment. The most effective way to protect the crew from these hazards is to go underground. The first Martian habitats will likely be buried beneath several meters of the Martian regolith, the loose soil and rock that covers the planet's surface. This natural shielding will provide excellent protection from radiation, and it will also help to insulate the habitat from the extreme temperature swings on the surface. These habitats could be constructed using a combination of prefabricated components brought from Earth and the local in-situ resources. One popular concept is to use large, inflatable structures, which are lightweight and compact for the journey to Mars, and can then be inflated on the surface and covered with regolith. Another approach is to use 3D printing technology, where autonomous robots could use the Martian soil as a raw material to print the structural components of the habitat before the crew ever arrives. The interior of the habitat will be a carefully designed, closed-loop ecosystem. The life support systems will be highly regenerative, recycling almost 100% of the air and the water. A large, integrated greenhouse will be an essential component, providing a significant fraction of the crew's food, and also serving as a central part of the air and water revitalization system. This green heart of the habitat will also be a crucial psychological resource. A beautiful, living, and vibrant space that will provide a powerful connection to the natural world of Earth. The habitat will be a place of work, equipped with a suite of scientific laboratories for analyzing the Martian geology, for searching for signs of past or present life, and for conducting a wide range of other scientific research. It will also be a place of living, with private crew quarters, a communal galley and wardroom, a medical bay, a gym, and recreational facilities. The design will be modular, allowing the habitat to grow and to evolve over time, as new crews arrive and the settlement expands, and it will be a place of profound human experience. The habitat will have a cupola, a shielded window that will allow the crew to look out at the strange, beautiful, and alien landscape of their new world. To stand at that window, to look out at the red, dusty plains of Mars, to see the two small but fast-moving moons, Phobos and Deimos, in the night sky, and to see the distant, faint blue star that is the Earth. This will be an experience of almost unimaginable power and poignancy. The design of a Mars habitat is more than just an engineering problem. It is an act of creation, an act of imagination. It is the challenge of designing not just a building, but a home, not just a machine, but a society. It is the challenge of taking all the knowledge, all the wisdom and all the hope of our species, and planting it, like a small, precious seed, in the cold, red soil of another world. The dream of a self-sustaining human presence on another world will be powered, quite literally, by artificial intelligence. The complexity, the autonomy, and the sheer remoteness of a Mars habitat will make it impossible to manage with the kind of constant, real-time human oversight that we use for the International Space Station today. An advanced, intelligent, and highly autonomous AI will be an essential and indispensable partner for the first Martian colonists. One of the most critical roles for this AI will be the management of the habitat's life support systems. The complex, interconnected web of systems that recycle air, water, and waste must operate with a flawless degree of reliability for years at a time. An AI will be able to monitor thousands of sensors in real time to analyze the health and the performance of every pump, every valve, every filter. It will be able to use its machine learning algorithms to detect the subtle, precursor patterns that might indicate an impending failure, allowing the crew to perform proactive, predictive maintenance before a small problem becomes a catastrophic one. It will also be able to optimize the performance of these systems to fine-tune the flow rates, the temperatures, the chemical balances, to maximize their efficiency and to minimize their use of precious resources like power and water. The AI will also be a crucial partner in the crew's scientific work. It will be able to manage the vast amounts of data that are collected by the habitat's scientific instruments and by the rovers exploring the Martian surface. It will be able to perform a first-pass analysis of this data, to identify the most interesting and scientifically promising results, and to suggest new targets and new strategies for the crew's research. It will also be able to assist the crew in their daily tasks, acting as a kind of intelligent, voice-activated lab assistant, providing them with the information they need, guiding them through complex procedures, and automating the more repetitive and tedious aspects of their work. The AI will also play a vital role in the health and the well-being of the crew. It will be able to monitor the crew's physiological data from their wearable sensors, to track their sleep patterns, their activity levels, their nutritional intake. It will be able to detect the early signs of a potential medical issue, and to provide the crew medical officer with a powerful, AI-powered diagnostic tool, a Martian doctor house that can help them to diagnose and to treat a wide range of medical conditions. And it will also be able to provide a form of psychological support. An AI could be programmed to be a conversational partner, a companion, a digital friend that can help to alleviate the profound loneliness and isolation of a Mars mission. It could learn the crew's individual preferences and personalities, and could provide them with personalized entertainment, with stimulating intellectual challenges, with a sense of connection and of being understood. The relationship between the human crew and the habitat's AI will be a new and unprecedented kind of symbiosis. It will be a partnership, a collaboration, a deep and intimate fusion of human and artificial intelligence. The development of this kind of benevolent and trustworthy AI is one of the great and most important technological and ethical challenges of our time. And the extreme, high-stakes environment of a Mars habitat will be the ultimate proving ground for this new form of partnership. The success of our first outpost on another world will depend not just on the strength of our rockets or the resilience of our bodies, but on the wisdom and the intelligence of the artificial minds that we create to be our partners on this great adventure. The success of any human space mission, from a short jaunt to low Earth orbit to a multi-year expedition to Mars, is ultimately dependent on the small army of dedicated and often unsung heroes who work in mission control. This is the nerve center of the mission, the vital link between the crew in space and the vast technical and human resources of Earth. The popular image of mission control is often one of high drama, of tense, life-or-death decisions made in the heat of a crisis. And while those moments certainly happen, the day-to-day reality of mission operations is more about a quiet, focused, and relentless attention to detail. A mission control team is a symphony of specialists. There is the flight director, the conductor of the orchestra, the person who is ultimately responsible for the overall safety and success of the mission. There is the Capcom, the capsule communicator, typically another astronaut, who is the single, trusted voice that speaks to the crew. There are the flight controllers, and they each a world expert in a specific spacecraft system, the life support, the power, the thermal control, the navigation. And there is a vast backroom team of engineers, of scientists, of medical doctors who are on call 24/7 to provide their expertise and to help solve any problems that may arise. The primary task of mission control is to monitor the health and the status of both the spacecraft and the crew. They are constantly watching thousands of channels of telemetry data, looking for any small, anomalous reading that could be a sign of a developing problem. They are also responsible for planning and for coordinating all the activities of the mission, from the daily schedules of the crew to the complex, orbital maneuvers of the spacecraft. And they are the crucial human link in the communication chain, relaying information, providing guidance, and offering a vital psychological connection to home for the isolated crew. The nature of mission operations changes dramatically depending on the location of the mission. For a mission in low Earth orbit, like the ISS, the communication is almost instantaneous, and the mode of operation is highly interactive. The ground team is a constant, real-time partner in the mission. But for a long-duration, deep space mission to Mars, the entire philosophy of mission control must be rethought. The communication delay, which can be up to 40 minutes for a round trip, makes real-time control impossible. The ground team can no longer be a micromanager. Their role must shift from one of tactical, moment-to-moment control to one of strategic, long-term planning. They must give the crew a much higher degree of autonomy, trusting them to make their own decisions and to solve their own problems. They become a team of expert consultants, a planetary support team that provides advice and analysis, but does not dictate the daily operations. The training for a long-duration mission control team is as intense and as rigorous as the training for the astronauts themselves. They spend years learning the intricate details of their systems, and they participate in countless high-fidelity joint simulations with the flight crew. In these simulations, they are presented with a wide range of challenging and often cascading failure scenarios. They must work together as a team to diagnose the problem, to develop a solution, and to communicate that solution effectively to the crew. These simulations are designed to build not just technical skill, but also a deep sense of trust and a shared culture between the ground team and the flight crew. Mission control is more than just a room full of computers and controllers. It is a human system, a complex and highly evolved social and technical organism. It is a testament to our remarkable ability to work together, to solve complex problems, and to achieve extraordinary things. It is the human heart of our exploration of the cosmos, the place where the dreams of a few are made possible by the dedicated and often anonymous work of many. In the vast and often unforgiving emptiness of deep space, a reliable and resilient communication link to Earth is a crew's most precious lifeline. But this lifeline is a fragile one, subject to the whims of solar weather, the limitations of technology, and the simple, unchangeable tyranny of the speed of light. The loss of communication with a deep space crew is one of the most serious and most feared of all possible emergencies. And so, a robust and multi-layered set of contingency plans must be in place to deal with this eventuality. The first layer of defense is redundancy. A deep space spacecraft will be equipped with multiple independent communication systems. It will have a large, high-gain antenna for high-bandwidth communication with Earth, but it will also have smaller, low-gain antennas that can be used as a backup, providing a lower bandwidth but more robust. Communication link. It will have multiple transmitters and receivers, multiple amplifiers, multiple modems. The goal is to design a system where there is no single point of failure that could lead to a complete loss of communication. The second layer of defense is the global network of ground stations, the Deep Space Network. By having multiple, large antennas located at different longitudes around the world, we can ensure that a spacecraft is almost always in view of at least one ground station. But even this global network has its vulnerabilities. A severe weather event, a power outage, a geopolitical crisis, any of these could, in theory, disrupt the operation of a DSN complex. This has led to the development of contingency plans that would allow for the use of other non-NASA antennas from other space agencies or even from the commercial sector as a backup in an emergency. The third, and perhaps most important, layer of defense is the autonomy of the spacecraft and the crew. A deep space mission must be designed to be able to survive, and even to thrive, for long periods without any communication from Earth. The spacecraft will have a high degree of automation, with onboard systems that can autonomously diagnose and respond to a wide range of potential failures. It will have a safe mode, a kind of hibernation state that it can enter if it detects a serious anomaly. A state where it points its solar panels at the sun, conserves its power, and waits for instructions from the ground. And the crew, as we have seen, will be extensively trained to be their own on-site mission control. They will have access to a vast onboard library of technical documentation, of procedures, of schematics. They will be trained to work together, to use their collective expertise to solve complex problems. And they will have pre-planned loss of comm protocols to follow, a set of procedures that will guide their actions and their priorities during a prolonged communication blackout. The psychological aspect of a communication loss is also a critical consideration. The feeling of being completely cut off from Earth, of being truly, profoundly alone, would be an immense psychological burden for the crew. The training for a deep space mission must include a focus on building the psychological resilience to handle this kind of extreme isolation. And the mission plan must include strategies for maintaining the crew's morale and their sense of purpose during a long period of silence, such as a pre-planned schedule of meaningful, scientific work that they can focus on. The challenge of maintaining a reliable communication link across the vast distances of the solar system is a formidable one. But it is a challenge that we are learning to meet through a combination of robust technology, of clever contingency planning, and of a deep and abiding trust in the skill, the ingenuity, and the resilience of the human beings who are brave enough to venture into the great, silent dark. The definition of mission success for a long-duration human spaceflight is a concept that is as complex, as multi-layered, and as ambitious as the mission itself. It is not a simple, binary outcome of success or failure. It is a rich and nuanced assessment that encompasses a wide range of technical, scientific, and human factors. At the most fundamental level, of course, mission success is about the safety and the well-being of the crew. The primary, non-negotiable objective of any human spaceflight is to bring the astronauts home, alive and healthy. This is the bedrock upon which all other definitions of success are built. It means that the spacecraft must perform as designed, that the life support systems must function reliably, that the crew must be protected from the hazards of the space environment, and that the launch, the re-entry, and the landing must all be executed safely. But beyond this fundamental requirement of safety, mission success is also defined by the achievement of the mission's specific pre-planned objectives. These objectives are typically a combination of scientific research, of technology demonstration, and of exploration. The scientific success of a mission is measured by the quality and the quantity of the data that is collected, by the number of experiments that are successfully completed, by the new discoveries that are made, and by the impact of these discoveries on our understanding of the universe. The technological success of a mission is measured by the performance of the new and advanced systems that are being tested, by the lessons that are learned about their reliability and their operational characteristics, and by the contribution of these technologies to our future, deep space exploration capabilities. And the exploratory success of a mission is measured by the new frontiers that are crossed, by the new worlds that are visited, by the new human experiences that are gained, and by the contribution of these experiences to our collective human story of exploration. But there is another, more subtle, and perhaps more profound dimension to mission success. It is about the performance of the human system itself. A successful long-duration mission is one in which the crew is not just able to survive, but is able to thrive. It is a mission where the crew is able to maintain their physical and their psychological health, where they are able to work together as a cohesive and high-performing team, where they are able to overcome the inevitable challenges and adversities of a long journey with resilience, with creativity, and with grace. This human success is not something that can be easily measured with a simple metric. It is assessed through a combination of objective data from medical monitoring and performance assessments and the more subjective, but equally important, reports of the crew themselves. And finally, there is the dimension of public engagement and inspiration. A truly successful human space mission is one that captures the imagination of the world, that inspires a new generation of scientists and engineers, that fosters a sense of global unity and of shared human purpose, and that helps to remind us all of the profound beauty and the precious fragility of our own home planet. In the final analysis, the definition of mission success for a long-duration human spaceflight is a holistic one. It is a definition that recognizes that these missions are not just about science and technology. They are also about the human spirit. They are about our innate and enduring desire to explore, to discover, to understand, and to push the boundaries of what is possible. And a truly successful mission is one that not only expands our knowledge of the cosmos, but also expands our vision of ourselves. The scientific experiments that are conducted on a long-duration space mission are precious and often irreplaceable opportunities to study phenomena in a way that is simply not possible on Earth. The management of these experiments, from their initial design to the final analysis of their data, is a meticulous and highly disciplined process, governed by a set of well-established protocols that are designed to ensure the rigor, the reliability, and the safety of the research. The process begins on the ground, years before a mission, with the scientific community, researchers from universities, from government laboratories, from private companies. All submit proposals for experiments to be flown in space. These proposals are subjected to a rigorous competitive process of peer review, where they are evaluated by panels of independent experts on their scientific merit and their technical feasibility. Once an experiment is selected, a long and collaborative process of development begins. The science team must work closely with the engineers at the space agency to design and to build the hardware for their experiment, hardware that must be incredibly robust, lightweight, and capable of operating autonomously or with minimal crew intervention. In the unique environment of space, the procedures for conducting the experiment must be carefully developed, tested, and validated on the ground. And the astronauts who will be performing the experiment must be extensively trained, often spending many hours in a laboratory with the science team, learning the intricacies of the hardware and the procedures. During the mission itself, the execution of the experiments is a daily, collaborative effort, The crew in space acts as the on-site, expert hands of the science team on the ground. They are guided by a detailed, step-by-step procedure, but they are also trained to be resourceful and to troubleshoot any unexpected problems that may arise. The science teams on the ground monitor the progress of their experiments in real time, receiving a constant stream of data and video from the spacecraft. They are in constant communication with the crew and with the flight controllers, providing their expert guidance and support. The handling of the scientific data is a crucial part of the process. The data that is collected in space is a precious and unique resource. It is carefully stored, backed up, and transmitted to the ground, often using a standardized format that allows it to be easily shared and analyzed by the wider scientific community. There are strict protocols in place for the calibration, the validation, and the archiving of this data to ensure its long-term integrity and accessibility. And once the data is on the ground, the real work of scientific discovery begins. The science teams analyze the data. They interpret the results. They compare their findings with their theoretical models. And eventually, they publish their results in peer-reviewed scientific journals, sharing their new knowledge with the world. There are also important ethical considerations that govern the conduct of research in space. For any experiment that involves human subjects, there is a rigorous process of ethical review to ensure that the rights, the safety, and the privacy of the astronaut participants are protected. And for any experiment that involves a planetary body, like the Moon or Mars, there are strict planetary protection protocols in place to ensure that we do not contaminate these pristine environments with terrestrial microbes, and that we do not, in turn, bring any potential extraterrestrial life back to Earth. The scientific experiments that are conducted in space are more than just a collection of data points. They are a testament to our collective human quest for knowledge, a quest that is governed not just by curiosity, but also by a deep and abiding commitment to the principles of scientific rigor, of collaboration, and of ethical responsibility. The monitoring of an astronaut's health and well-being on a long-duration mission is a comprehensive and continuous process, a multi-layered system of surveillance and support that is designed to detect and to mitigate the health risks of spaceflight in real time. This process begins long before the mission, with the establishment of a detailed, baseline medical profile for each astronaut. They undergo a battery of extensive medical and psychological examinations, creating a rich data set against which any changes that occur during the mission can be compared. Once in space, the crew's health is monitored through a combination of remote observation, of self-reporting, and of in-flight medical assessments. The crew wears a variety of biomonitoring devices, from simple heart rate monitors and activity trackers to more sophisticated sensors that can continuously track their vital signs, their sleep patterns, and their radiation exposure. This physiological data is downlinked to the ground in real time, allowing the medical team, the flight surgeons, to keep a constant watch on the crew's health. The astronauts also have a weekly private medical conference with their flight surgeon, a video call where they can discuss any health concerns they may have, both physical and psychological. This is a crucial human connection, a chance for the astronaut to have a confidential and supportive conversation with their personal physician. In addition to this routine monitoring, the crew is also trained to perform a variety of their own in-flight medical assessments. They can collect their own blood and urine samples, which are then either analyzed on board or stored in a freezer for later analysis back on Earth. They can perform their own ultrasound examinations with the real-time guidance of a radiologist on the ground, who can see the ultrasound image and can talk the astronaut through the procedure. They can conduct their own vision tests, their own cognitive performance tests, their own fitness assessments. This ability for the crew to be active participants in the monitoring of their own health is a key part of the expeditionary model of space medicine. The psychological well-being of the crew is monitored with equal rigor. In addition to their private medical conferences, the crew also participates in regular, team-based psychological conferences with a psychologist on the ground. They also complete regular, confidential psychological questionnaires, which can help to track their mood, their stress levels, and their interpersonal dynamics. And the flight surgeons and psychologists on the ground are trained to be sensitive to the subtle behavioral cues that might indicate a developing psychological issue, from changes in the tone of an astronaut's voice to a shift in their patterns of communication. The goal of all this monitoring is not just to collect data, but to enable proactive and often preventative medical care. By detecting the early signs of a potential health issue, the medical team can intervene early, whether it be by recommending a change in an astronaut's exercise or diet plan, by prescribing a medication, or by providing targeted psychological support. The health monitoring systems that we are developing for spaceflight are on the cutting edge of medicine. The wearable sensors, the autonomous diagnostic tools, the practice of telemedicine, these are all technologies and approaches that are also revolutionizing the practice of medicine here on Earth, particularly in remote and underserved communities. In our quest to keep our explorers healthy in the most remote environment imaginable, we are also learning how to provide better, more accessible, and more personalized healthcare for all of us. The return from a long-duration space mission is a journey in itself, a profound and often challenging process of readaptation to the familiar, but now strangely alien, environment of Earth. The physiological changes that the body undergoes in microgravity are significant, and the process of readjusting to a 1G environment can take weeks or even months. The first and most immediate challenge is the readaptation of the neurovestibular system. After months of floating in a weightless environment, the brain has, in a sense, forgotten how to interpret the signals from the inner ear that tell it which way is down. The result can be a period of intense dizziness, of vertigo, of motion sickness. Astronauts often describe the feeling of their own head suddenly feeling incredibly heavy, of a profound sense of disorientation. The simple act of standing up or of walking can be a major challenge in the first few hours and days after landing. The cardiovascular system also faces a major readaptation. In space, the heart does not have to work as hard to pump blood against the force of gravity, and the total volume of blood in the body decreases. Upon return to Earth, this can lead to a condition known as orthostatic intolerance, where the astronaut can feel faint or can even pass out when they stand up, as their cardiovascular system struggles to pump enough blood to their brain against the pull of gravity. The muscles and bones, which have been weakened by their long holiday from weight-bearing, must also begin the slow and often painful process of rebuilding their strength and their density. The astronaut's physical rehabilitation program begins almost immediately after they land. They are put on a carefully structured regimen of physical therapy and exercise, designed to gradually and safely reintroduce their bodies to the stresses of gravity. This is a process that requires patience and discipline, and it can take up to a year or more for an astronaut to fully recover their pre-flight levels of muscle strength and bone density. But the readaptation is not just physical, it is also profoundly psychological. The return to Earth can be a disorienting and sometimes overwhelming experience. After months of living in a small, quiet, and highly controlled environment, the sensory world of Earth, the bright lights, the loud noises, the crowds of people, the unpredictable weather can be an assault on the senses. Astronauts often describe a feeling of being a stranger in their own home, of a sense of disconnection from the world they left behind. There can also be a sense of loss, a kind of re-entry depression. The unique and often deeply meaningful experience of living in space, of seeing the Earth from a cosmic perspective, is over. The intense sense of purpose and of camaraderie that defined their life on the mission is gone. The return to the more mundane, and often more complicated, Realities of life on Earth can be a difficult transition. This is why the post-flight period is a crucial phase of an astronaut's mission. They are not just debriefed on the technical aspects of their flight, they are also provided with a comprehensive program of medical and psychological support to help them navigate the challenges of their readaptation. They are given time to rest, to recover, to reconnect with their families, and to gradually reintegrate themselves into their normal lives. The journey home from a long-duration space mission is a powerful reminder that we are, at our very core, creatures of this Earth. Our bodies, our minds, our very consciousness are all tuned to the specific and precious conditions of our home planet. And while we may be a species that is destined to explore the stars, we will always carry with us, in our bones and in our souls, the deep and enduring memory of our beautiful, blue and gravity-rich home.
Imagine a place where there is nothing, no light, no sound, no matter, not even the whisper of a single atom, an absolute void, a perfect emptiness, for centuries. This was our conception of space, a passive, silent stage upon which the drama of the cosmos unfolded. But what if this stage is not empty at all? What if the deepest, most profound silence is actually a roar of infinite potential? Modern physics has peeled back this veil of nothingness, and what it has revealed is one of the most unsettling and beautiful truths in all of science. The void is not empty. It is a seething, boiling ocean of energy, a phantom sea of constant creation and annihilation. This is the realm of zero-point energy, the hidden power of the universe, an invisible and inexhaustible reservoir that exists at every single point in space-time. It is the baseline hum of reality, the lowest possible energy state of the cosmos, a state which is, paradoxically, not zero. This is not a metaphysical speculation. It is a direct consequence of the laws of quantum mechanics. The uncertainty principle, first articulated by Werner Heisenberg, dictates that we can never know both the precise position and the precise momentum of a particle at the same time. This fundamental uncertainty extends to energy and time, in any field, in any system, even in a vacuum cooled to absolute zero. There must be a residual flicker of motion, an irreducible quantum jiggle. This is zero-point energy. It is the universe's insurance policy against absolute stillness, a law that decrees that nothing can ever truly be at rest. This constant vibration is not a chaotic or random noise. It is the fundamental symphony of the cosmos, a music that plays in the background of all existence. Every quantum field that makes up our reality, the electron field, the photon field, the Higgs field, is constantly vibrating, even in its ground state. These vibrations are not just a theoretical curiosity, they have real, measurable effects. They give rise to a constant stream of virtual particles, phantom entities that borrow energy from the vacuum to pop into existence for an immeasurably short time before annihilating each other and returning their borrowed energy to the void. We cannot see these particles directly, but we can see their shadows. The Casimir effect, where two uncharged metal plates in a vacuum are pushed together by an invisible force, is a direct, experimental confirmation of their existence. The pressure of the virtual particles outside the plates is greater than the pressure between them, creating a net force. The void itself can push and pull. This discovery transforms our understanding of reality. Matter is not a solid, fundamental substance, but an excitation, a ripple, a concentrated vibration in these underlying quantum fields. The space we perceive as empty is not a passive backdrop, but the very source of everything we see, the invisible foundation upon which the fabric of time, space, and matter is woven. To understand zero-point energy is to understand that what we call nothing is actually the most potent something in the universe, a sea of infinite possibility from which all of reality may have been born. The idea that energy can exist in a perfect vacuum, in what we intuitively understand as nothingness, is one of the most profound paradigm shifts in the history of science. It directly challenges our classical though common-sense understanding of the world. For centuries, our physics was built on the idea that energy is a property of things, of particles, of waves, of systems. The notion that energy could be a property of emptiness itself was unthinkable. Yet, the evidence is undeniable. The Casimir effect is not a subtle or theoretical correction. It is a measurable, physical force that can be detected in a laboratory. It is the macroscopic manifestation of the microscopic quantum foam, a direct testament to the fact that the void is alive with energy. But if this energy is real, where is it, and can we use it? This is where the mystery deepens. Zero-point energy is not like the energy stored in a battery or in a gallon of gasoline. It is a uniform, isotropic energy that pervades all of space. There is no gradient, no difference in potential that would allow us to easily extract it. To use energy, we need to create a flow from a high-energy state to a low-energy state, but zero-point energy is already the lowest possible energy state of the system. It is like trying to get water to flow out of the bottom of the ocean, and yet, the sheer amount of this energy is staggering. When physicists attempt to calculate the energy density of the quantum vacuum based on the principles of quantum field theory, they arrive at a number that is astronomically large. It is an energy density so immense that, if it were all gravitationally active in the way that normal matter and energy are, the universe would have collapsed into a black hole in the first fraction of a second of its existence. This enormous discrepancy between the theoretical calculation and the observed reality of our universe is known as the cosmological constant problem, or the vacuum catastrophe, and it is arguably the single greatest unsolved problem in all of fundamental physics. It tells us that there is something profound about the nature of vacuum energy that we do not yet understand. Perhaps there is a hidden symmetry of nature, a principle of supersymmetry, for example, where the contributions of different types of particles to the vacuum energy precisely cancel each other out, leaving only a tiny residual amount. Or perhaps our understanding of gravity itself is incomplete, and the vacuum energy does not gravitate in the same way as normal matter. Whatever the solution, the reality of this vacuum energy is not in doubt. Its most significant consequence may be playing out on the largest possible scales. The observed accelerating expansion of the universe, attributed to a mysterious dark energy, is one of the great puzzles of modern cosmology. The properties of this dark energy, a constant energy density that does not dilute as the universe expands, are remarkably similar to the properties of the vacuum energy predicted by quantum mechanics. Many cosmologists now believe that dark energy is, in fact, the macroscopic manifestation of zero-point energy, the faint, residual energy of the vacuum acting as a cosmic anti-gravity, pushing the universe apart. If this is true, then the fate of our cosmos, its ultimate journey into an ever-expanding, cold and dark future, is being dictated by the subtle, incessant quantum vibrations of empty space. The greatest mystery on the cosmological scale may have its roots in the deepest secrets of the quantum void. The allure of an infinite, ubiquitous energy source has inevitably captured the human imagination, giving rise to a subculture of invention, speculation, and science fiction centered on the idea of harnessing zero-point energy, the concept of free energy, of a device that can extract limitless power from the vacuum, has been a holy grail for inventors and theorists for decades. Patents have been filed, prototypes have been built, and countless claims have been made, often blurring the line between legitimate scientific inquiry and pseudoscience. The core idea behind many of these proposed devices is to create a localized asymmetry in the vacuum, a way to tap into the zero-point fluctuations and convert them into usable work. This is often imagined through resonant cavities or specially designed nanostructures that could, in theory, interact with the virtual particles of the vacuum, much like a windmill interacts with the wind. The Casimir effect itself is often cited as a proof of principle. If the vacuum can exert a physical force, then in principle, that force can be used to do work. A hypothetical Casimir engine might involve two plates that are cyclically brought together and pulled apart, with the attractive Casimir force doing work in one part of the cycle. However, the scientific and engineering challenges are immense. The Casimir force is incredibly weak and only becomes significant at nanometer scale separations. Building a macroscopic engine that could overcome friction and other dissipative forces to extract a net positive amount of energy remains far beyond our current technological capabilities. Furthermore, there is a deep theoretical objection rooted in the laws of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, states that you cannot build a perpetual motion machine of the second kind, a machine that extracts heat from a single thermal reservoir and converts it entirely into work. The quantum vacuum, in many ways, behaves like a thermal reservoir at absolute zero. Extracting energy from it would seem to violate this fundamental principle. Most mainstream physicists argue that while zero-point energy is real, it is the ground state of the universe, and you cannot extract energy from the ground state, just as you cannot get water to flow from the lowest point in a valley. Yet, the debate continues. Some researchers argue that the quantum vacuum is not a simple thermal system and that the classical laws of thermodynamics may not apply in the same way. They propose that through clever engineering, it might be possible to create a non-equilibrium state, a way to pump the vacuum to extract its energy. These ideas remain highly speculative and are on the very fringes of accepted physics. But they speak to a deep human desire, the desire for a clean, limitless, and universally available source of power. The story of zero-point energy is, in this sense, a modern myth. It is the story of a hidden cosmic power, a secret fire that, if it could be stolen from the gods of quantum mechanics, would transform human civilization forever. While the scientific consensus remains skeptical, the dream persists. And perhaps it is a necessary dream. The quest to understand and potentially harness zero-point energy, even if it ultimately proves impossible, is pushing the boundaries of our understanding of quantum mechanics, nanotechnology, and the very nature of energy itself. It is a quest that forces us to ask fundamental questions about the relationship between energy, information, and the structure of the vacuum. And in science, sometimes the questions are more important than the answers. While the dream of harnessing zero-point energy for power remains in the realm of speculation, its real, measurable effects are already shaping our world in tangible ways. The Casimir effect, once a theoretical curiosity, has become a crucial consideration in the field of micro and nano-electromechanical systems. At the scale of microns and nanometers, where the components of tiny machines are separated by incredibly small distances, the Casimir force is no longer negligible. In fact, it can become a dominant force, causing microscopic cantilever beams to stick to their substrates, a phenomenon known as stiction. For engineers designing these tiny devices, the Casimir force is a very real and often problematic aspect of the physical world that they must account for in their designs. They must develop special coatings and surface geometries to mitigate its effects. But what was once a problem is now being seen as a potential opportunity. Researchers are now exploring ways to engineer and control the Casimir force, to turn this invisible quantum pressure into a tool. By carefully designing the shape and material properties of surfaces, it is possible to modify the spectrum of zero-point fluctuations between them, and thus to tune the Casimir force. It is possible to make it repulsive instead of attractive, or to create a Casimir torque that can cause microscopic objects to rotate. This has opened the door to a new generation of nanotechnology based on quantum engineering of the vacuum. Imagine tiny, frictionless bearings that levitate on a cushion of repulsive Casimir force, or microscopic actuators driven by the modulated pressure of the quantum vacuum. These are not science fiction, they are active areas of experimental research. The Casimir effect provides us with a direct, albeit subtle, handle on the energy of the void. It is our first, tentative step towards interacting with and manipulating the most fundamental energy field in the universe. This has profound philosophical implications. We are not just passive observers of the quantum world, we are learning to become active participants, to engineer the very fabric of emptiness. The effect is also a powerful pedagogical tool, a stark and beautiful demonstration that our intuitive, classical understanding of the world breaks down at small scales. It is a window into the quantum realm, a glimpse of a reality that is far stranger and more counterintuitive than our everyday experience would lead us to believe. The invisible force between two plates in a vacuum is a testament to the fact that the universe is governed by laws that are often hidden from our direct perception. Laws that can only be uncovered through the combined power of theoretical insight and precise experimentation. The Casimir effect is more than just a clever experiment. It is a bridge between the abstract, mathematical world of quantum field theory and the concrete, physical world of force and motion. It is where the ghost-like dance of virtual particles becomes a real, measurable pressure, a pressure that is already being incorporated into the design of our most advanced technologies, and may one day be the driving force behind the machines of the future. The quantum vacuum is not just a stage for the fleeting dance of virtual particles. It is the very foundation upon which all of matter is built. Our classical picture of matter is one of solid, inert particles, like tiny billiard balls. But quantum field theory tells us that this picture is fundamentally wrong. A fundamental particle, like an electron, is not a solid object. It is a localized, vibrating excitation of a more fundamental entity, the electron field. This field, like all quantum fields, pervades all of space-time. The particle we perceive as an electron is simply a place where this field is vibrating with a certain quantized amount of energy. When the field is not excited, when it is in its ground state, we perceive it as empty space. But even in this ground state, the field is still there, and it is still subject to the incessant zero-point fluctuations. This has profound consequences for the nature of matter. The electron is not an isolated entity. It is in constant, intimate interaction with the quantum vacuum. It is continuously emitting and reabsorbing virtual photons, the carriers of the electromagnetic force, dressing itself in a cloud of these phantom particles. This vacuum polarization effectively screens the electron's bare charge, meaning the electric charge we measure is not its true, intrinsic charge, but a value that has been modified by its interaction with the void. Similarly, the mass of a particle is not an intrinsic, fixed property. A significant portion of a particle's mass arises from its interaction with the various quantum fields that fill the vacuum. The Higgs field, for example, permeates all of space, and particles acquire mass by dragging against it. But even beyond the Higgs mechanism, the self-interaction of a particle with its own field, mediated by the virtual particles of the vacuum, contributes to its measured mass. In a very real sense, matter is bootstrapped into existence by its own interaction with the emptiness that surrounds it. This dynamic, energetic picture of matter helps to explain some of its most fundamental properties. The stability of atoms, for instance, is a quantum mechanical phenomenon that depends on the vacuum. In classical physics, an electron orbiting a nucleus should radiate away its energy and spiral into the center in a fraction of a second. The reason this does not happen is that the electron can only exist in specific quantized energy levels. These levels are determined by the electron's wave-like nature and its interaction with the electromagnetic vacuum. The lowest energy level, the ground state, is not at zero energy. It is a state of dynamic equilibrium with the zero-point fluctuations of the vacuum. The electron cannot fall any lower because there is no lower energy state available to it. The atom is stable because the void itself provides a floor, a baseline of energy below which it cannot go. This understanding has cosmological implications as well. The very first seeds of structure in the universe, the tiny density fluctuations that would later grow into galaxies and clusters of galaxies, are thought to have originated as quantum fluctuations in the vacuum during the period of cosmic inflation. The quantum foam of the early universe was stretched to astronomical scales by the rapid expansion, freezing these microscopic fluctuations into the macroscopic seeds of all the structure we see today. The universe is, in a very real sense, a macroscopic manifestation of the quantum vacuum. We live inside a frozen snapshot of the void's primordial turbulence. This completely inverts our traditional view of the relationship between matter and space. We no longer see space as a passive container for matter. Instead, we see matter as an emergent property of space, a temporary localized ripple on the surface of a deep and energetic quantum sea. The invisible foundation is the true reality. The solid world we perceive is just its fleeting expression. The relationship between zero-point energy and the laws of thermodynamics is one of the most challenging and debated topics in modern physics, highlighting a deep, unresolved tension between our understanding of the quantum world and the macroscopic world of heat and energy. The laws of thermodynamics are some of the most robust and universal principles in science. The first law, the conservation of energy, states that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. The second law, the law of entropy, states that the total disorder of a closed system always increases over time. The third law states that it is impossible to reach absolute zero temperature in a finite number of steps. Zero-point energy seems to sit uncomfortably with all of these. At first glance, the constant emergence of virtual particles from the vacuum seems to violate the first law. Where is this energy coming from? The answer, within the framework of quantum mechanics, lies in the energy-time uncertainty principle. Energy can be borrowed from the vacuum for a very short amount of time, as long as it is paid back quickly. The virtual particles are this borrowed energy, and their brief existence and subsequent annihilation ensure that, on average, energy is conserved, so the first law holds. But in a strange, probabilistic quantum mechanical way, the real tension lies with the second and third laws. The third law states that as a system approaches absolute zero, its entropy approaches a minimum value, and all motion should cease. But zero-point energy dictates that quantum systems can never be completely at rest. Even at absolute zero, there is a residual energy and a residual quantum fluctuation. This does not necessarily contradict the third law, as the law is about the process of reaching absolute zero, but it does challenge our classical intuition about what absolute zero means. It is not a state of perfect stillness, but a state of minimum possible quantum motion. The deepest conflict is with the second law, the law of entropy. The second law is what gives time its arrow. It is why heat flows from hot to cold, why eggs break but do not unbreak, why our universe evolves from a state of order to a state of disorder. But zero-point energy seems to be a form of energy that is perfectly ordered and does not dissipate. It is a constant, coherent hum that does not seem to be subject to the relentless march of entropy. If we could extract this energy, we could theoretically build a machine that would run forever, seemingly violating the second law. Most physicists resolve this by arguing that zero-point energy is a non-thermal energy. It is not heat, and it cannot be used to do work in the same way as a hot gas. It is the ground state, and you cannot extract energy from the ground state. However, this raises a deeper question. If there is this vast reservoir of perfectly ordered entropic energy pervading the universe, why does the universe as a whole still seem to obey the second law? This tension may be a clue that our understanding of thermodynamics is incomplete. Classical thermodynamics was developed to describe systems of steam engines and gases. It may not be the final word on the thermodynamics of the quantum vacuum itself. Some theorists have proposed new frameworks, like quantum thermodynamics, that attempt to generalize the laws of heat and energy to the quantum realm. In these frameworks, concepts like entropy and temperature are redefined to account for quantum effects like entanglement and superposition. The resolution of the conflict between zero-point energy and thermodynamics is a work in progress, but it is a crucial one. It lies at the heart of our attempts to build a unified theory of physics, one that can describe both the microscopic world of quantum mechanics and the macroscopic world of our everyday experience. It is a puzzle that connects the deepest questions about the nature of energy, the arrow of time, and the ultimate fate of the universe. The puzzle of the universe's expansion is another area where zero-point energy takes center stage, acting as the prime suspect in one of cosmology's greatest mysteries. The discovery in the late 1990s that the expansion of the universe is not slowing down under the pull of gravity, but is in fact accelerating, was a profound shock to the scientific community. It implied the existence of a mysterious, repulsive force, a form of dark energy that is pushing the cosmos apart. The nature of this dark energy is completely unknown, but its properties are strangely familiar. It appears to be a form of energy that is inherent to space-time itself, with a constant energy density that does not dilute as the universe expands. This is exactly the behavior we would expect from the zero-point energy of the quantum vacuum. And so, The leading hypothesis is that dark energy and vacuum energy are one and the same. The silent, incessant hum of the quantum void is the engine driving the cosmic acceleration. This is a beautifully elegant and simple idea. It connects the largest scale phenomenon in the universe, its accelerating expansion, with the smallest scale phenomenon, the quantum fluctuations of the vacuum. It suggests that the fate of the cosmos is being written by the laws of subatomic physics. If this hypothesis is correct, then zero-point energy is not just a subtle and microscopic effect, it is the most dominant form of energy in the universe. Making up roughly 70% of the total cosmic energy budget, it is the invisible, the silent majority that is shaping the future of our reality. In this picture, the future is one of eternal expansion. As the universe grows larger, the density of matter and radiation will continue to decrease, while the density of vacuum energy remains constant. Eventually, vacuum energy will be the only significant component of the universe. Galaxies will recede from each other at ever-increasing speeds, eventually disappearing beyond our cosmic horizon. The universe will become an increasingly cold, dark, and lonely place, a scenario known as the Big Freeze. It is a future dictated by the relentless, repulsive pressure of the void. However, as we have seen, this elegant picture is marred by the cosmological constant problem, the colossal discrepancy between the theoretical calculation of the vacuum energy and the observed value. This discrepancy is so large that many physicists believe that the simple identification of dark energy with vacuum energy must be wrong. This has led to a host of alternative theories. Perhaps dark energy is not a constant, but is a dynamic entity, a new quantum field dubbed quintessence that is slowly rolling towards its minimum energy state. In this scenario, the rate of cosmic acceleration could change over time, leading to a different ultimate fate for the universe. Or perhaps the problem lies not with the energy of the vacuum, but with our understanding of gravity. Maybe general relativity needs to be modified on cosmological scales, giving rise to an apparent acceleration without the need for any new form of energy. These are all active areas of research, and the James Webb Space Telescope is providing crucial data to help distinguish between them by precisely measuring the expansion history of the universe at different epochs. Webb can help to determine if the properties of dark energy have changed over time. The nature of the universe's expansion is one of the most fundamental questions in all of science, and at its heart lies the enigmatic nature of the void, zero-point energy. Whether it is the silent engine of cosmic acceleration or a red herring in the search for dark energy, is a concept we must grapple with to understand our cosmic destiny. It is a puzzle that connects the beginning of the universe with its end, the quantum with the cosmos, and the deepest secrets of the void with the ultimate fate of all that we know. The quantum vacuum is not just a passive energy reservoir, it is a dynamic, creative medium, a quantum foam where the very fabric of spacetime is thought to be in a constant state of turmoil at the smallest possible scales. This concept, first envisioned by the physicist John Archibald Wheeler, takes the implications of the uncertainty principle to their logical extreme. If the energy of a field can fluctuate over short timescales, and if energy and mass are equivalent, then these energy fluctuations can, in principle, create tiny, fleeting curvatures in space-time. At the Planck scale, the incredibly small scale of 10 to the power of minus 35 meters, where the effects of quantum mechanics and gravity are thought to become equally important, space-time is no longer a smooth, a continuous manifold. Instead, it is a roiling, chaotic foam of tiny, transient wormholes and microscopic black holes, constantly bubbling into and out of existence. In this picture, the smooth spacetime of our macroscopic experience is just an average, a large-scale approximation of a much more violent and chaotic underlying reality. The quantum foam is a direct consequence of the zero-point energy of the gravitational field itself. Just like the electromagnetic field, the gravitational field has a ground state energy, and its zero-point fluctuations are what create this foamy structure. This idea has profound implications for our understanding of reality. It suggests that the concepts of distance and duration, which seem so fundamental to us, may break down at the Planck scale. The very notions of here and there, before and after, may lose their meaning in this quantum fuzziness. Time itself may not be a continuous flow, but a series of discrete probabilistic jumps, a staccato rhythm played out on the foamy stage of the quantum vacuum. This is a radical departure from the smooth, continuous spacetime of Einstein's general relativity, and it is at the heart of the search for a theory of quantum gravity, a theory that can unify the two great pillars of modern physics. But the quantum foam is not just a theoretical playground for physicists. It may have real, cosmological consequences. Some theories propose that our entire universe may have originated as a single, large quantum fluctuation in a pre-existing quantum foam, a bubble that spontaneously nucleated and then rapidly expanded in the event we call the Big Bang. In this scenario, the universe is not a unique creation, but a natural, and perhaps common, outcome of the inherent restlessness of the void. This leads to the tantalizing idea of a multiverse, a vast ensemble of bubble universes, each with its own physical laws and constants, constantly budding off from an eternally inflating quantum foam. Our universe is just one bubble among many, a fortunate fluctuation where the conditions happen to be right for the emergence of stars, galaxies, and life. This is a speculative but powerful idea, as it provides a potential explanation for the apparent fine-tuning of our own universe's physical constants. We live in a universe that is hospitable to life because we could not live in one that wasn't. We are the survivors of a cosmic lottery. The concept of the quantum foam, born from the simple idea of zero-point energy, thus leads us to the grandest and most mind-bending of all cosmological ideas. It suggests that our entire reality, with all its vastness and complexity, may be nothing more than a temporary, fortunate ripple on the surface of an infinite, eternal, and endlessly creative quantum sea. The emptiness is not just the foundation of matter, it is the womb of worlds. The creative potential of the void, its ability to birth particles and perhaps even universes, is mirrored by its potential to act as a force of anti-gravity, a concept that has long been a staple of science fiction, but which finds a tentative, theoretical grounding in the physics of zero-point energy. Our classical understanding of gravity, as described by Newton and refined by Einstein, is that it is always an attractive force. Mass and energy curve space-time, and this curvature tells other mass and energy how to move, always pulling them together. But the accelerating expansion of the universe tells us that there must be a repulsive force at play on cosmological scales, a form of cosmic anti-gravity. As we have seen, the leading candidate for this is the zero-point energy of the vacuum. The key lies in the concept of negative pressure. In normal matter, pressure is a positive quantity that acts as a source of gravitational attraction alongside its mass energy. But a field with a constant energy density, like the quantum vacuum, has a strange and counterintuitive property. Its pressure is negative, and it is equal in magnitude to its energy density. When you plug this negative pressure into Einstein's equations of general relativity, it creates a gravitational repulsion. The void, in a sense, pushes itself apart. This is the theoretical basis for the anti-gravity effect of zero-point energy. While this effect is currently only observed on the vast scales of the cosmos, it has ignited speculation about the possibility of harnessing this phenomenon for technological purposes. If we could somehow engineer a region of space to have a much higher density of vacuum energy, or if we could manipulate the properties of the vacuum itself, could we create a localized anti-gravity field? This is the dream of warp drive and other exotic propulsion systems. A hypothetical warp drive, like the one proposed by the physicist Miguel Alcubierre, would not work by accelerating a spaceship through space, but by manipulating space-time itself. It would involve creating a bubble of space-time around the ship, contracting space in front of it and expanding space behind it. The ship itself would remain stationary within this bubble, while the bubble moves through space, potentially at superluminal speeds, without violating the local speed of light limit. The energy requirements for such a device, according to the original calculations, were astronomical, requiring more energy than exists in the entire visible universe. However, more recent theoretical work has suggested that by cleverly designing the shape of the warp bubble, the energy requirements could be drastically reduced, perhaps to the mass of a large planet. The problem is that these models still require the existence of exotic matter with negative energy density. And while the Casimir effect does demonstrate a region of lower than normal vacuum energy, creating a macroscopic amount of stable, negative energy is far beyond our current capabilities and may be forbidden by the laws of physics. Despite these immense challenges, the anti-gravity potential of zero-point energy remains a tantalizing, if distant, possibility. It represents the ultimate technological ambition to graduate from being passengers on the currents of space-time to becoming its pilots. It is a dream that connects the deepest questions of quantum gravity with our most profound aspirations for a future among the stars. It is a reminder that the void is not just a source of cosmic expansion, but also a source of endless human imagination, a canvas upon which we project our hopes for a future where even the laws of gravity may one day be subject to our command. The symphony of the cosmos is played on an orchestra of quantum fields, and zero-point energy is its fundamental tuning note, the silent, ever-present hum against which all other melodies are played. This is not just a poetic metaphor, it is a deep physical truth. The properties of all the fundamental particles and forces in the universe are intimately tied to the properties of the quantum vacuum. The universe is not a collection of independent entities, but a holistic, interconnected system. And zero-point energy is the energetic medium that connects it all. Consider the very constants of nature, the charge of the electron, the strength of the fine structure constant, the mass of the Higgs boson. In our current theories, these are fundamental parameters that we must measure experimentally. We do not know why they have the values they do. But in a deeper, more complete theory, these constants may not be fundamental at all. They may be emergent properties of the vacuum, determined by the complex interplay of all the zero-point fluctuations of all the quantum fields. The values we measure may be the result of a cosmic settlement, an equilibrium state that the universe has fallen into. This is the idea behind theories like string theory, which posits that all the fundamental particles are just different vibrational modes of a single, underlying entity, a tiny, vibrating string. In this picture, the properties of the particles are determined by the way the string vibrates, which is in turn determined by the geometry of the extra, hidden dimensions of spacetime that string theory requires. The shape and size of these extra dimensions are properties of the vacuum, and thus the laws of physics themselves are a consequence of the vacuum structure. This leads to the stunning possibility that the laws of physics may not be universal in an absolute sense. If our universe is just one bubble in a multiverse, as the quantum foam concept suggests, then other bubble universes could have different vacuum states, different geometries for their extra dimensions, and therefore different physical laws. This provides a potential solution to the fine-tuning problem. The reason the constants of nature in our universe appear to be so finely tuned for the existence of life is because we live in one of the few universes where they are. In the vast cosmic symphony, there are countless dissonant, lifeless universes. We simply inhabit one of the rare, harmonious ones. This perspective transforms zero-point energy from a simple background noise into the very DNA of the cosmos, the source code that specifies the laws and constants of our reality. The silent notes of the vacuum are what determine the music of existence. The quest to understand zero-point energy is therefore not just a quest to understand a particular form of energy. It is a quest to understand the operating system of the universe. It is a search for the deepest logic of reality, the why behind the what. And as we listen more closely to the silent hum of the void, with instruments like the James Webb Space Telescope and the next generation of particle accelerators, we may begin to discern the structure of this cosmic score, to understand the principles that govern its harmony, and to perhaps, one day, learn to play a few notes of our own. The universe is a symphony, and we are the part of the symphony that has woken up and is beginning to listen to itself. It is the most profound and beautiful endeavor in all of human history. The profound interconnectedness of the quantum vacuum raises one of the most speculative, yet deeply compelling questions at the intersection of science and philosophy. Could there be a link between the zero-point energy field and the phenomenon of consciousness? This is a question that pushes the boundaries of scientific inquiry, venturing into territory that is often dismissed as mystical or pseudoscientific. And yet, the strange, non-local, and holistic nature of both the quantum vacuum and consciousness invites us to at least consider the possibility of a connection. Quantum mechanics has taught us that the universe is not a collection of separate, independent objects, but a web of interconnected probabilities. The observer effect, where the act of measuring a quantum system forces it to collapse from a state of multiple possibilities into a single, definite reality, has long suggested that consciousness may play a more active role in the universe than classical physics would allow. While most physicists interpret the observer effect as a result of the interaction of the quantum system with a macroscopic measuring device, and not necessarily with a conscious mind, a minority have long argued for a more direct role for consciousness. The theory of orchestrated objective reduction, proposed by the physicist Sir Roger Penrose and the anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, is one of the most well-developed of these models. It posits that consciousness arises from quantum computations occurring within microtubules, the protein skeletons of our brain's neurons. In this model, these quantum computations are not isolated. They are coupled to the zero-point fluctuations of the vacuum, the fundamental geometry of space-time. Consciousness, in this view, is a process of orchestrated collapse of the quantum wave function, a process that is not random, but is influenced by a form of Platonic information embedded in the Planck scale structure of the universe. The conscious mind, in a sense, is tapping into the fundamental information field of the cosmos, a field whose energetic manifestation is the zero-point energy. This is a highly speculative and controversial theory, and it lacks direct experimental evidence, but it is a scientifically testable one. It makes specific predictions about the quantum properties of the brain that could, in principle, be measured. But even beyond specific models like OR, the general idea of a connection between the vacuum field and consciousness resonates with many philosophical and spiritual traditions. The concept of a universal consciousness, a Brahman in Hinduism or a Tao in Taoism, a fundamental unified field of awareness from which all individual consciousness arises, has echoes in the modern physical concept of a unified quantum field that pervades all of space. Could the zero-point energy field be the physical correlate of this ancient philosophical idea? Could it be the interface between mind and matter, the medium through which intention and awareness can have a subtle but real influence on the physical world? This is a question that science is not yet equipped to answer, but it is a question that is becoming increasingly legitimate to ask. As our understanding of both the brain and the quantum vacuum deepens, we may find that the hard line we have drawn between the inner world of subjective experience and the outer world of objective reality is not as solid as we thought. Perhaps they are two sides of the same coin, two different manifestations of the same underlying information-rich and endlessly creative quantum reality. The possibility that the silent energy of the void is connected to the silent inner world of our own consciousness is a thought of breathtaking scope. It suggests that we are not just observers of the cosmic symphony, but are, in the most profound sense, an integral part of the music itself. Our thoughts, our feelings, our very awareness may be a resonance, a specific complex vibration of the same fundamental field that gives birth to stars and shapes the destiny of the universe. The technological implications of understanding and potentially manipulating the quantum vacuum are as vast as the cosmological ones. The development of quantum computers, for example, is a field that is both limited by and potentially empowered by zero-point energy. Quantum computers derive their immense processing power from their ability to harness the strange principles of the quantum world, like superposition and entanglement. A quantum bit, or qubit, can exist in a superposition of both 0 and 1 at the same time, allowing a quantum computer to explore a vast number of possibilities simultaneously. But this quantum fragility is also their Achilles' heel. Qubits are incredibly sensitive to their environment. Any stray interaction, any unwanted noise, can cause the delicate superposition to collapse, a process called decoherence, which destroys the quantum computation. And the most fundamental source of noise in the universe is the zero-point fluctuations of the quantum vacuum. The constant, random jiggle of the vacuum fields is a persistent background hiss that quantum engineers must constantly battle. They must develop sophisticated error correction codes and shielding techniques to protect their qubits from the inherent restlessness of the void. In In this sense, zero-point energy is the ultimate adversary in the quest to build a large-scale, fault-tolerant quantum computer. But what if we could turn this adversary into an ally? Some theorists have proposed that it might be possible to engineer the vacuum itself, to create squeezed vacuum states where the quantum noise is reduced in one variable at the expense of increased noise in another. This could be used to create a quieter environment for qubits to operate in, pushing the limits of quantum computation. Even more speculatively, the quantum vacuum could one day become the ultimate communication medium. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, where two particles can remain connected in such a way that a measurement on one instantly influences the other, regardless of the distance between them, seems to defy our classical notions of space and time. While it is not possible to use entanglement to send information faster than light, it does suggest a deep, non-local connectivity inherent in the fabric of reality. Some have speculated that it might be possible to modulate the vacuum state itself, to create vacuum telegraphs that could transmit information through the zero-point field. This would be a form of communication that does not involve the transmission of any particles or energy in the classical sense, but rather the propagation of a change in the state of the vacuum. Such a technology, if it were ever possible, would be truly revolutionary, offering a secure and potentially instantaneous form of communication across vast distances. The relationship between quantum information and the vacuum is a rich and complex one. It is a field where the deepest questions of fundamental physics meet the most practical challenges of next-generation technology. As we learn to build machines that can operate at the quantum level, we are also learning to interact with the universe in a new way, to speak its native language of probability, superposition, and entanglement. And in this dialogue with the quantum world, the silent, ever-present energy of the void is a constant partner, a source of both challenge and opportunity, the ultimate frontier for both our understanding and our technological ambition. The influence of the quantum vacuum is not confined to the exotic realms of quantum computing or cosmology. It leaves it subtle but detectable, fingerprints on the very properties of the light and radiation that fill our universe. Light, in the classical picture, is an electromagnetic wave that propagates through a passive, empty space. But in the quantum picture, light is a stream of photons, and the space it travels through is a dynamic, fluctuating medium. The interaction between photons and the zero-point fluctuations of the vacuum leads to a number of fascinating and subtle effects. One of these is the phenomenon of vacuum birefringence, a prediction of quantum electrodynamics that has yet to be definitively observed. In the presence of a very strong magnetic field, the vacuum itself is predicted to behave like a birefringent crystal, meaning it would have a different refractive index for light of different polarizations. A beam of unpolarized light passing through such a magnetized vacuum would emerge slightly polarized. This effect is caused by the strong magnetic field influencing the behavior of the virtual electron-positron pairs that are constantly popping in and out of the vacuum. The field aligns their spins, effectively giving the vacuum a grain or an axis that affects the light passing through it, while the effect is incredibly small. Astronomers are searching for it in the light from magnetars, the neutron stars with the strongest magnetic fields in the universe. A confirmed detection of vacuum birefringence would be a stunning confirmation of one of the most counterintuitive predictions of QED, and a direct testament to the physical reality of the virtual particles of the vacuum. Another, more subtle, effect is the potential for the vacuum to influence the speed of light itself. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, the speed of light in a vacuum is a universal constant. However, some theories of quantum gravity suggest that at the Planck scale, the foamy, fluctuating nature of spacetime could affect the propagation of light. High-energy photons, with wavelengths approaching the Planck length, might interact more strongly with the spacetime foam, causing them to travel slightly slower than low-energy photons. This would be a tiny, energy-dependent violation of Lorentz invariance, the fundamental principle of relativity that underpins all of modern physics. Astronomers are searching for this effect by looking at the arrival times of high-energy photons from distant gamma-ray bursts. If high-energy photons from a burst consistently arrive slightly later than low-energy photons from the same burst, it could be a sign of this quantum gravity effect. So far, no such effect has been detected, which places tight constraints on many of these theories. But the search continues. These are incredibly challenging measurements, pushing the limits of our observational capabilities, but they are crucial. The light that travels to us across billions of light years from the distant universe is not just a picture of the past, it is a probe, a messenger that has traveled through the quantum vacuum for eons, carrying with it subtle imprints of its journey. By carefully deciphering these imprints, by looking for tiny changes in polarization, speed, or direction, we can use the light from the cosmos to study the properties of the void itself. It is a beautiful irony that by studying the brightest objects in the universe, we can learn about the nature of its deepest darkness. And by analyzing the properties of light, we can probe the very substance of emptiness. The vast, cold, and seemingly empty cosmic voids, the great deserts of the cosmos, are being transformed by our understanding of zero-point energy from places of nothingness into laboratories of fundamental physics. These are the most pristine regions of the universe, where the density of matter is so low that the effects of the quantum vacuum are not drowned out by the noise of stars, gas, and galaxies. It is here, in the deepest silence, that we can best hope to listen to the hum of the void. The existence of these voids is a natural consequence of the gravitational instability that drives the formation of the cosmic web. As gravity pulls matter together to form the great filaments and clusters, it necessarily leaves behind these vast, underdense regions. But the properties of these voids, their size, their shape, their degree of emptiness are sensitive probes of the underlying cosmology. For instance, the nature of dark energy has a direct impact on the evolution of voids. A universe with a strong, repulsive dark energy will have voids that grow larger and emptier over time, as the cosmic acceleration pushes matter out of them more efficiently. By studying the statistics of voids at different cosmic epochs, astronomers can place constraints on the properties of dark energy, providing a powerful, independent check on the measurements from supernovae and the CMB. Webb is a powerful tool for this kind of void cosmology. Its sensitivity allows it to detect the faint, isolated dwarf galaxies that live within the voids, providing the crucial tracers needed to map their structure and evolution. But voids are not just tracers of dark energy, they may also be laboratories for testing our understanding of gravity. Some modified gravity theories, proposed as alternatives to dark energy, predict that the law of gravity should be different in low-density environments. In these theories, the gravitational force can be screened in high-density regions like our solar system, which is why we do not see any deviation from general relativity locally. But in the low-density environment of a cosmic void, this screening mechanism would be less effective, and deviations from Einstein's gravity might become apparent. By studying the motions of galaxies on the edges of voids and the weak gravitational lensing of background light by the sparse matter within them, we can test these modified gravity theories with unprecedented precision. The voids, in this sense, become the perfect place to look for a breakdown of our standard laws of physics. Finally, the voids are the best place to search for the subtle, large-scale signatures of the early universe. The faint temperature fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background are thought to be the seeds of all structure, but they have been processed and modified over billions of years of gravitational evolution. The voids, however, have evolved much less than the dense regions. They are, in a sense, a more direct, less processed window into the primordial universe. By studying the subtle patterns in the distribution of the few galaxies that do exist within voids, we may be able to detect the faint, non-Gaussian signatures predicted by some models of cosmic inflation, or even the aforementioned cosmic bruise that could signal a collision with another universe. The great cosmic voids are no longer the boring, empty spaces on the cosmic map. They are a new frontier, rich with information, a place where the secrets of dark energy, gravity, and the very beginning of the universe may be waiting to be discovered. They are a testament to the fact that in cosmology, as in so much of science, there is often as much to be learned from the absence of things as there is from their presence. The dynamic, energetic nature of the quantum vacuum, as described by zero-point energy, provides a new and powerful lens through which to view the very origin of the universe, offering a potential path to answering the ultimate cosmological question: Why is there something rather than nothing? The traditional Big Bang model, while remarkably successful, has a fundamental limitation. It describes the evolution of the universe from a hot, dense state, but it cannot explain the origin of that state itself. The initial singularity is a point where the laws of physics break down, a moment of creation that lies outside the realm of scientific explanation. But the physics of the quantum vacuum allows for a different kind of beginning, a beginning that is not a violation of physical law, but a consequence of it. This is the concept of the universe from nothing, a concept that is often misunderstood. The nothing in this context is not the absolute, philosophical nothingness of non-existence. It is the quantum vacuum, a state devoid of matter and radiation, but rich with potential energy and subject to quantum fluctuations. In this picture, our universe could have been born from a spontaneous quantum tunneling event, just as a quantum particle can tunnel through an energy barrier that it classically could not overcome. The universe itself could have tunneled into existence from a state of nothing to a state of something. This idea was most famously developed by physicists like Alexander Vilenkin and Stephen Hawking in his no-boundary proposal. In this model, the universe did not have a beginning in time because time itself was created in the tunneling event. The question, what came before the Big Bang, becomes meaningless. Just as it is meaningless to ask what is north of the North Pole, the universe did not arise in time, it arose with time. It is a self-contained, self-creating system, born from the inherent quantum restlessness of the void. This is a profoundly beautiful and self-consistent picture. It removes the need for a supernatural creator or a first cause that lies outside of science. The universe, in this view, is the ultimate free lunch. The total energy of the universe is thought to be exactly zero. The positive energy of matter and radiation is perfectly balanced by the negative gravitational potential energy. Since the creation of a system with zero total energy does not violate the law of conservation of energy, the universe can, in principle, pop into existence from the vacuum without any external cause. The zero-point energy of the vacuum is the crucial ingredient that makes this possible. It is the energetic froth from which a zero-energy universe can spontaneously nucleate. This concept also leads naturally to the idea of a multiverse. If our universe can be created by a quantum fluctuation, there is no reason to think it was a unique event. The quantum vacuum is a fertile ground, and universes may be constantly bubbling into existence, each with its own set of physical laws and constants, determined by the specifics of the tunneling event. This provides an elegant, if unprovable, solution to the fine-tuning problem. We find ourselves in a universe that is hospitable to life for the same reason that we find ourselves on a planet that is hospitable to life. It is a selection effect. We could not have evolved to ask the question in any of the other, far more numerous, inhospitable universes. The origin of the universe is perhaps the deepest and most profound question that science can address. And while we may never have a definitive, final answer, the physics of zero-point energy has, for the first time, provided us with a plausible scientific framework for understanding how a universe like ours could come to be. It suggests that existence is not a strange and improbable exception, but perhaps the natural, and even inevitable, consequence of the laws of quantum mechanics playing out on the canvas of the void. Something exists because nothing, in the quantum sense, is fundamentally unstable. The creative, energetic, and foundational nature of the quantum vacuum, as described by the concept of zero-point energy, represents one of the most significant and revolutionary shifts in our understanding of reality since the birth of modern science. It is a concept that has taken us from a view of a static, passive, and empty space to a vision of a dynamic, creative, and endlessly energetic quantum sea. This is not just a change in a scientific model, it is a change in our fundamental relationship with the cosmos. We have learned that the solid world we perceive with our senses is a fleeting or emergent illusion, a temporary ripple on the surface of a much deeper but invisible reality. The particles that make up our bodies are not solid, immutable things, but localized vibrations of fields that extend throughout the entire universe. We are, in the most literal sense, woven from the fabric of the void. The forces that govern our world, from the light that allows us to see to the gravity that holds us to the earth, are mediated by the constant, fleeting dance of virtual particles born from the vacuum's energy. The very stability of the atoms that make us up is a delicate equilibrium with the zero-point fluctuations of the surrounding space. The grand architecture of the cosmos, the vast web of galaxies and voids, is a macroscopic fossil of the quantum turbulence of the early universe. The fate of our universe, its journey into an accelerating and perhaps eternal expansion, is being driven by the mysterious, repulsive pressure of the void itself, and the very origin of our reality. The event we call the Big Bang may have been a spontaneous quantum leap from the potential rich nothingness of the vacuum into the manifest existence we now inhabit. This is a worldview that is both profoundly humbling and deeply empowering. It is humbling because it reveals the severe limitations of our own perception and the vastness of our ignorance. 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, mysterious entities whose nature we do not yet understand, but which are likely tied to the properties of the vacuum. Our entire existence is a fragile 5% exception in a vast, dark, and invisible cosmos. But it is also empowering because it is a testament to the incredible power of the human mind. Through the abstract language of mathematics and the rigorous process of scientific inquiry, we have been able to deduce the existence of this hidden reality, to measure its effects, and to begin to understand its profound implications. We have built tools, like the James Webb Space Telescope, that allow us to peer into the void and listen to its secrets. The quest to understand zero-point energy is a journey to the very heart of reality. It is a quest that connects the smallest scales with the largest, the beginning of time with its end, and the most abstract theories of physics with the most tangible questions of our own existence. It is a journey that is far from over. The great puzzles, like the cosmological constant problem and the nature of dark energy, remain unsolved. But in grappling with these puzzles, we are pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and expanding our vision of what is possible. The silent, invisible energy of the void is the ultimate scientific frontier, a frontier that promises to yield new discoveries, new technologies, and a new, more profound understanding of our place in the cosmic symphony. The universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more deeply interconnected than we ever dreamed. And the key to its deepest secrets may lie where we least expected it, in the perfect, potent, and creative power of its own emptiness.